Women of Faith, unveiling their stories. Front matter. This book is lovingly dedicated to the women who have shaped my life and faith, whose quiet strength, unwavering loyalty, and courageous spirit have illuminated my path. To my mother, whose steadfast devotion and resilience in the face of adversity taught me the true meaning of enduring love and the power of a prayer whispered in hope. Her life, a testament to grace under pressure, echoes the enduring spirit of Naomi, who, though tested by loss, found her way back to the light. To my sister, whose fierce loyalty and unshakable belief in the goodness of others mirror the profound commitment of Ruth. She embodies the spirit of choosing family, of walking alongside those you love through barren lands and into fertile fields, her presence a constant source of unwavering support and steadfast companionship. Her willingness to venture into the unknown, armed only with love and determination, is a constant inspiration. To my grandmother, whose wisdom flowed like a clear spring, guiding and judging with a clarity born of deep faith and profound understanding. She possessed the rare gift of seeing truth in complexity, offering counsel that was both divinely inspired and deeply practical, much like the revered prophetess Deborah, a mother in Israel who led with compassion and conviction. Her legacy is etched in the values she instilled and the justice she sought for all. And to my dear friends, who stand as pillars of strength and beacons of hope in my life. You are the Esthers of my world, who with grace and courage advocate for truth, who navigate challenging times with strategic wisdom and a compassionate heart. You remind me that even in the grandest of halls, one voice, raised with purpose, can change the course of history and protect those we hold dear. Your faith in me, even when my own falters, is a gift beyond measure. May these stories of ancient women inspire you, as your lives inspire me, to walk with faith, speak with courage, and love with unwavering devotion. Chapter 1. The Shadow of Loss, Naomi's Journey. The air in Bethlehem was thick with the scent of ripening grain and the sweet perfume of fig blossoms. Sunlight, a generous blessing, spilled over the rolling hills, painting the landscape in hues of gold and emerald. This was a land God had smiled upon, a place where the earth yielded its bounty with a willing grace. Here, in this idyllic village nestled within the Judean hills, lived Naomi, a woman whose life was woven with the comforting threads of prosperity and peace. Her husband, Elimelech, a man of sturdy character and deep devotion, provided a strong foundation, and their two sons, Mahlon and Chilion, were growing into fine young men, the promise of their family's future evident in their bright eyes and eager spirits. Naomi's home was a testament to their good fortune. Its walls, built of sun-dried brick, were sturdy and warm, its courtyard a place of communal gathering and quiet reflection. The olive trees in their grove, meticulously tended, promised rich oil, and the vineyards, heavy with clusters of grapes, spoke of abundant wine. Life was a tapestry of predictable rhythms, the sowing and the reaping, the festivals of harvest and the quiet observance of Sabbath, the joyous celebrations and the somber reflections. Their faith was not a mere ritual, but a living presence, interwoven into the fabric of their daily lives. They offered their tithes with gratitude, their prayers rising with the morning mist, a constant acknowledgement of the divine hand that had blessed them so bountifully. The community of Bethlehem was a close-knit family, their lives intertwined by shared history, shared faith, and shared prosperity. Neighbors helped neighbors, not out of obligation, but out of a genuine sense of kinship. The laughter of children echoed through the narrow lanes, the chatter of women at the communal well was a constant melody, and the deep discussions of men under the shade of the ancient olive trees were filled with wisdom and camaraderie. Elimelech, respected for his foresight and his deep understanding of the land, was often sought for counsel. He had guided his family with a steady hand, ensuring their fields were fertile, their flocks were numerous, and their storehouses were full. Naomi, in turn, was the heart of their home, her gentle strength and quiet wisdom a source of comfort and guidance to her sons. She managed the household with an efficiency born of love, her hands skilled in weaving and mending, her voice a soothing balm. Mahlon, the elder, possessed a contemplative spirit, often found poring over scrolls, while Chilion, more outward-looking, had a keen mind for the practicalities of managing their expanding land holdings. They were a family in the truest sense, bound by love, respect, and a shared understanding of their place in the world, a world that seemed, from the vantage point of Bethlehem, to be ordered and good. Yet, even in this haven of blessing, a subtle unease began to stir. It started as a murmur, a faint whisper carried on the wind from distant lands, then growing louder, more insistent, like the distant rumble of thunder before a storm. Stories began to filter in from traveling merchants and weary pilgrims, tales of parched earth and dying crops in regions beyond their immediate sight. The whispers spoke of a creeping dread, a shadow that was slowly, inexorably, beginning to lengthen. It spoke of a famine, not just a scarcity of rain, but a profound emptiness, a desolation that threatened to swallow entire lands. At first, these were distant concerns, matters for other peoples, other regions. The wells in Bethlehem were still deep, their cisterns overflowing. The fields surrounding the village remained lush and green, a testament to the continuing favor of God upon their land. The harvest, though perhaps not as abundant as in years past, was still sufficient. But the whispers persisted, growing more frequent, more dire. The travelers spoke of cracked earth that greedily drank any moisture and offered no return, of gaunt faces and hollow eyes, of families forced to abandon their ancestral homes in search of sustenance. The news chipped away at the edges of their perceived security, a subtle erosion of the bedrock of their contentment. Naomi, ever attuned to the undercurrents of life, felt it most keenly. She noticed the subtle change in the conversations at the well, the worried glances exchanged between her husband and his peers. Elimelech, his brow often furrowed in thought, would return from his dealings in the village with a heavier step, his usual cheerful demeanor subdued. The bounty of their own land, once taken for granted, now seemed more precious, a fragile gift that could be withdrawn. The deep roots of their faith, which had always provided solace and strength, were now being tested by an unknown anxiety. They prayed for continued rain, for continued prosperity, their pleas tinged with a new urgency. The idyllic peace of Bethlehem, once an unbroken expanse of sunshine, was now dappled with the first shades of encroaching darkness. The whispers of famine were more than just stories of distant suffering, they were harbingers, dark omens that hinted at trials to come. They were the first cracks in the seemingly impenetrable fortress of their happiness, the early tremors that signaled the imminent shattering of their world. This was not yet the descent into hardship, not yet the profound depths of loss, but it was the insidious creep of dread, the unsettling realization that even in a land blessed by God, vulnerability could take root. The established peace, the comfort and prosperity that had defined Naomi's life, were beginning to feel less like a permanent state and more like a precious, but potentially fleeting, gift. The stage was being set, the initial peace and happiness that would soon be irrevocably shattered, a poignant prelude to the challenges that would soon test the very core of Naomi's spirit. The whispers, once faint, were now a persistent hum beneath the surface of daily life, a constant reminder that even in a place of blessing, the shadow of hardship could begin to loom. The whispers grew to a clamor, no longer distant murmurs but a gnawing reality that gnawed at the heart of Bethlehem. The wells, once brimming with life-giving water, receded, their depths revealing muddy bottoms and the ghosts of past abundance. The verdant fields, which had always offered a generous bounty, now lay parched and cracked, the soil a testament to a thirst that could no longer be quenched by prayer alone. The laughter of children seemed to echo with a hollow ring, the shared meals at communal gatherings were somber affairs, punctuated by worried sighs and the hushed recounting of dwindling stores. Naomi watched her sons, Mahlon and Chilion, their youthful energy now shadowed by a growing concern. They still strove to maintain the routines of their lives, tending to the depleted flocks and surveying the barren vineyards, but the familiar rhythm of their days was broken by an unspoken anxiety. Elimelech, his face etched with the heavy burden of responsibility, spent countless hours in council with the village elders. The discussions were fraught with desperation, the solutions offered, if any, were born of necessity and tinged with the bitter taste of defeat. The abundance that had been the hallmark of their lives, the very essence of God's favor as they understood it, seemed to have been withdrawn. It was in the heart of this deepening despair that Elimelech made his decision. It was not a rash act, nor was it born of a lack of faith, but rather a desperate measure, a father's resolve to shield his family from the encroaching desolation. He spoke to Naomi with a heavy heart, his voice thick with the weight of his words. "Naomi," he began, his gaze fixed on the dusty ground. The Lord has seen fit to test us. Our land thirsts, and our people suffer. I have heard tales from travelers, of lands to the east, across the Jordan, where the fields still yield their harvest, where the rivers still flow freely. His eyes, when they finally met hers, were filled with a mixture of resolve and apprehension. I believe it is God's will that we seek sustenance there, in the land of Moab. The very name of Moab hung in the air, a foreign and unsettling sound. For generations, their people had been bound by the covenant of Abraham, their lives lived out in the lands God had promised. The very idea of venturing into a foreign territory, a place not directly under the watchful gaze of their covenant God, was a profound and unsettling departure. Moab, a land known for its distinct culture, its different gods, and its often contentious relationship with Israel, was a prospect that filled Naomi with a tremor of fear. She thought of the familiar streets of Bethlehem, the comfort of her own home, the scent of the olive groves, the sounds of her people. She thought of the security of their faith, the deep roots they had established in this, their ancestral land. To leave it all behind, to become strangers in a strange land, was a daunting prospect. Yet, as she looked at Elimelech, at the weary lines of worry on his face, and then at the hopeful, yet anxious, faces of her sons, she understood the necessity. The dwindling supplies, the gaunt faces of their neighbors, the palpable sense of desperation that hung over Bethlehem like a shroud, these were realities that could no longer be ignored. This was not a choice made lightly, but a painful uprooting, a reluctant turning away from all that was known and beloved. The departure was not to be a joyous migration, but a somber exodus, driven by the stark realities of survival. The preparations for the journey were a testament to their meager resources. The once full granaries were now sparsely stocked, the flocks depleted. They sold what little they could spare, their valuable household goods reduced to a fraction of their worth in their haste. Each item packed was a pang of regret, a tangible piece of their former life being relinquished. The olive oil, once a symbol of their prosperity, was now carefully measured out for the long road ahead. The woven cloths, each thread a testament to Naomi's skill and dedication, were folded with a heavy heart, destined to be traded for provisions in a land they did not know. The farewells were a bittersweet affair. The neighbors, their own faces etched with similar anxieties, gathered to offer what little comfort they could. There were prayers for their safety, blessings for their journey, and promises of remembrance. Yet, beneath the surface of these well-meaning farewells lay a shared understanding of their plight. They were not the only ones contemplating such a drastic measure, and the departure of Elimelech's family was a stark reminder of the widespread nature of their affliction. Naomi saw the longing in the eyes of the women, the unspoken question of whether they too would have to embark on such a perilous journey. As they finally turned their backs on the familiar silhouette of Bethlehem, a silence fell over the small caravan. The sounds of their footsteps on the dusty track seemed unnaturally loud in the oppressive quiet. The sun, which had once been a symbol of God's warmth and blessing, now beat down with an unforgiving intensity, a harsh reminder of the very scarcity they were fleeing. The journey was arduous, the landscape increasingly alien. They traveled through rolling hills that gradually gave way to more rugged terrain, the familiar comfort of their homeland receding with each passing mile. The nights were spent under a vast, indifferent sky, their campfires casting flickering shadows that seemed to mock their hopes for a brighter future. Elimelech, ever the stoic leader, maintained a brave front, but Naomi could see the strain in his every movement, the worry that creased his brow. He would often pause, gazing back in the direction of Bethlehem, his heart undoubtedly heavy with the memories of all they were leaving behind. Mahlon and Chilion, though young men, bore the responsibility with a quiet dignity. They walked alongside their father, offering words of encouragement, their youthful resilience a source of strength for their mother. Yet, Naomi also saw the flicker of apprehension in their eyes, the unspoken fears of the unknown that lay before them. They were leaving behind the security of their traditions, the familiar rhythms of their faith, to step into a world that was fundamentally different. The cultural chasm between Israel and Moab was a subject of much hushed conversation. Elimelech, having studied the accounts of their people's history, knew that Moab was not a land that embraced Israelite ways. Their gods were different, their customs foreign. The laws of hospitality might extend to travelers, but the deeper acceptance, the sense of belonging, was a far more uncertain prospect. Naomi wondered how they would be received, whether their adherence to their own faith would be met with suspicion or outright hostility. The thought of having to navigate such a complex social landscape, of being perpetual outsiders, was a heavy weight on her spirit. She prayed fervently, not just for sustenance, but for wisdom, for guidance, and for protection in this land of strangers. As they drew closer to the borders of Moab, the landscape began to shift. The sparse vegetation of the arid regions gave way to a more fertile, yet still unfamiliar, terrain. The air carried a different scent, a mix of unfamiliar spices and the earthy aroma of a land that was not their own. The anticipation was palpable, a mixture of desperate hope and gnawing fear. They were on the precipice of a new beginning, a chapter of their lives dictated by necessity, a chapter that promised a reprieve from starvation but offered no guarantee of peace. The decision to leave Bethlehem was the act of a desperate father, but the unfolding of their lives in Moab would be a testament to their faith, their resilience, and their ability to adapt to the stark realities of a world far removed from the gentle hills of their homeland. The shadow of loss had already fallen, but the journey to Moab was the first step into a new and uncertain light, a light that held both the promise of survival and the potential for further trials. The weight of Elimelech's decision settled upon them all, a silent acknowledgement that their lives, once rooted so deeply in the soil of Bethlehem, were now adrift, cast upon the foreign shores of Moab, in search of a future they could only dimly perceive. They carried with them the memory of their homeland, the prayers of their people, and the fragile hope that this new land would indeed provide the sustenance they so desperately needed. The journey had begun, and with it, the unwritten story of their lives in Moab. The air in Moab, while carrying the scent of unfamiliar spices and the earthy perfume of a foreign soil, also began to soften with the rhythms of new beginnings. For Naomi's sons, Mahlon and Chilion, the initial apprehension of living in this land of strangers slowly gave way to a nascent sense of belonging, a feeling that was deeply intertwined with the affections they found there. The men, who had left Bethlehem with heavy hearts and the gnawing fear of uncertainty, now found a flicker of joy in the eyes of two Moabite women, Orpah and Ruth. These were not fleeting encounters, but unions that began to weave themselves into the fabric of their new lives, promising a continuity that had seemed so fragile just months before. Mahlon, the elder of the two brothers, was drawn to Orpah's gentle spirit and the warmth that radiated from her. In the bustling marketplaces of Moab, where bartering was an art and conversation flowed with a cadence Naomi was still learning to decipher, he had encountered her repeatedly. Orpah, with her dark, expressive eyes and a smile that could disarm even the most wary merchant, possessed a quiet strength that resonated with Mahlon's own developing character. He saw in her not just a woman of Moab, but a kindred soul, one whose laughter seemed to echo the very hopes he harbored for a future beyond the shadow of scarcity that had driven them from their homeland. Their courtship was a delicate dance, conducted in the twilight hours, beneath skies that were both familiar and yet strikingly different from those over Bethlehem. He shared with her hushed tales of his homeland, of the verdant hills and the ancient traditions, while she, in turn, revealed the heart of Moab, its customs, its songs, and its deep-seated reverence for its own gods. Their union, celebrated with a simplicity that reflected their current circumstances, was a testament to love's ability to transcend cultural divides. It was a blending of worlds, a quiet merging of two souls who found solace and companionship in each other's presence. Naomi, watching her son, felt a hesitant bloom of hope. Though her heart still ached for the familiar comforts of Bethlehem, the sight of Mahlon's happiness was a balm. She observed Orpah, a woman of Moab, embracing her son, and a silent prayer formed on her lips, that this new bond would be blessed, that it would offer them both a measure of peace and prosperity. Chilion, a few years younger than his brother, found a similar connection with Ruth. Ruth, unlike Orpah, possessed a spirit that was both spirited and deeply contemplative. Her beauty was of a more understated nature, her kindness evident in the quiet acts of generosity she extended to all. Chilion, who had always been more reserved than his brother, found himself drawn to Ruth's thoughtful gaze and the gentle wisdom that seemed to guide her words. Their paths crossed amidst the preparation of evening meals, the sharing of water from communal wells, and the quiet moments of respite after a long day's work. Ruth's understanding of the agricultural rhythms of Moab, her knowledge of the herbs that grew wild in the hills, and her unwavering dedication to her family impressed Chilion deeply. He saw in her a reflection of the values he had been raised with, a strong sense of duty and a deep well of compassion. Their courtship was marked by shared silences that spoke volumes, by stolen glances across crowded rooms, and by the growing realization that their lives were meant to be intertwined. When Chilion asked Ruth to be his wife, his voice trembled with a mixture of nervousness and profound joy. Their wedding, though modest, was a vibrant celebration of their love, a testament to the resilience of the human spirit that could still find joy amidst hardship. Ruth, now bound to Chilion, also began to learn the ways of Naomi and her sons, embracing their traditions with an open heart, even as she remained rooted in her own Moabite heritage. Naomi, observing this second union, felt a dual sense of relief and burgeoning gratitude. Two of her sons had found partners, women who seemed to bring light and stability into their lives. She saw the potential for a future, for grandchildren, for a continuation of their lineage, even in this foreign land. The presence of Orpah and Ruth within their small household began to weave a new tapestry of domestic life, one that, while still bearing the faint scars of their past, was beginning to be adorned with threads of hope and shared affection. The foreign land, once a place of stark necessity, was slowly becoming a place where love could take root and flourish. The cultural differences, which had initially seemed like insurmountable barriers, began to soften as shared meals, common laughter, and mutual respect bridged the divide. Naomi, who had arrived in Moab with the heavy weight of loss and uncertainty, now found herself witnessing the blossoming of new life and love within her family. However, the fragile bloom of joy was not destined to last. The shadow that had driven them from Bethlehem, the specter of scarcity and hardship, proved to be a persistent and ultimately devastating force. The subtle, creeping malaise that had afflicted Elimelech, once dismissed as the weariness of travel and the strain of their relocation, began to manifest with a terrifying intensity. It started with a persistent cough, a fatigue that clung to him like the desert dust. He would sit for long stretches, his gaze distant, his usual robust spirit dimmed. Naomi, whose love for her husband was as deep and unwavering as the foundations of their old home in Bethlehem, watched him with a growing dread. She tended to him, offering the meager remedies she had at her disposal, her heart aching with every labored breath he took. His strength, which had always been the bedrock of their family, began to ebb away, slowly but inexorably. Elimelech, the man who had led them across the Jordan with such conviction, the man who had sought a new life for his family, found himself succumbing to the very hardships he had sought to escape. His passing was not a sudden, violent event, but a slow, agonizing fade, a gentle extinguishing of a light that had guided them for so many years. He died in Moab, far from the familiar soil of his ancestors, his last breaths drawn in a land that had offered them refuge but ultimately proved unable to preserve his life. Naomi was plunged into a profound abyss of grief. The man who had been her husband, her partner, her confidant for decades, was gone. The house, which had begun to fill with the quiet hum of new domesticity, now echoed with a profound emptiness. Her sons, Mahlon and Chilion, heartbroken by the loss of their father, found themselves shouldering an even greater burden. They were now the sole protectors, the primary providers, for Naomi and their wives. The weight of responsibility pressed down on them, a heavy mantle that threatened to crush their youthful spirits. Yet, in their grief, they clung to each other, their shared sorrow a silent testament to the enduring bond of brotherhood. They sought to comfort their mother, to reassure their wives, striving to maintain a semblance of normalcy in the face of overwhelming loss. Naomi, in her widowhood, found herself adrift. The anchors that had grounded her for so long were gone. Her husband, her home in Bethlehem, the familiar rhythms of her life, all seemed to belong to a distant, irretrievable past. She looked at her sons, their faces etched with a grief that mirrored her own, and a new fear began to take root, the fear of losing them too. The tragedy, however, was far from over. The subtle hand of fate, which had already dealt such a cruel blow, was poised to strike again. The arid climate of Moab, combined with the unaccustomed diet and the lingering effects of the scarcity they had endured, began to take a toll on Malin and Chilion. It was not a sudden, dramatic onset, but a gradual weakening, a slow erosion of their vitality. Malin, who had always possessed a more robust constitution, began to suffer from a persistent ailment, a fever that refused to break, a weakness that made even the simplest tasks an arduous effort. Naomi watched, her heart constricting with a terror that was chillingly familiar. She saw the same flicker of distress in her son's eyes that she had seen in Elimelech's, the same creeping fatigue that seemed to steal the life from him. She nursed him, as she had nursed his father, her prayers growing more fervent, more desperate. But the fever raged, and Malin's strength waned. His passing was a swift and brutal blow, a jagged tear in the already fragile fabric of Naomi's life. He died in Moab, leaving behind a grieving wife, Orpah, and a mother whose world seemed to be collapsing around her. The joy that had briefly illuminated their home was extinguished, replaced by a profound and suffocating darkness. The very ground beneath Naomi's feet felt as though it were crumbling away. She was a widow, and now, her elder son was gone. The weight of this double loss was almost unbearable. Orpah, devastated by the death of her husband, found herself alone in a foreign land, her grief amplified by her sense of isolation. The universe, it seemed, was intent on stripping Naomi of all that she held dear. Just as she and her daughters-in-law were beginning to grapple with the loss of Malin, a new wave of illness swept through their small household, this time claiming Chilion. The younger son, who had always been so full of life, so eager to embrace the future, was suddenly and cruelly taken. Chilion's illness was perhaps even swifter than Malin's, a rapid decline that left no room for prayer or desperate hope. He too succumbed to the harsh realities of their existence in Moab, his young life cut tragically short. His death left Naomi utterly bereft. Her husband, her 2 sons, all gone within the span of a few short years, in a land that had promised them survival but had delivered only death. She was left a widow, childless, surrounded by the ghosts of her former life. The young wives, Ruth and Orpah, who had entered their lives with such joy and promise, were now also widows, their futures irrevocably altered. The shared grief bound them together, a grim sisterhood forged in the crucible of loss. The house, once filled with the hope of new beginnings, was now a sanctuary of sorrow. Naomi's world had shrunk to the size of her own profound despair. She walked through her days in a daze, the vibrant colors of Moab muted by the pervasive darkness of her grief. The foreign land, which had once offered a distant hope, now felt like a place of perpetual mourning. The blessings of marriage had quickly transformed into the deepest of misfortunes, leaving Naomi standing at the precipice of utter desolation, a solitary figure lost in the vast expanse of her sorrow. The laughter of her sons, the warmth of Elimelech's hand, the dreams they had harbored for a brighter future, all were now just painful memories, echoes in the silent chambers of her heart. The shadow of loss had not only fallen, it had enveloped her completely, threatening to extinguish the last vestiges of hope. The silence in the house was a living entity, a suffocating presence that pressed in on Naomi from all sides. It was a silence punctuated only by the rustle of her worn robes, the shallow intake of her breath, and the distant, indifferent sounds of Moabite life continuing outside her door. Each sound, however faint, was an intrusion, a jarring reminder that the world had not stopped its spinning simply because her own had fractured into a million irreparable pieces. The sun still rose, painting the sky with hues of orange and gold that felt like a mockery of the darkness that had settled within her soul. The wind still whispered through the sparse trees, carrying with it the scent of dust and distant markets, but to Naomi, it was the mournful sigh of the universe, lamenting the absence of her Elimelech, her Malin, her Chilion. Her fingers, once deft at weaving, at kneading dough, at soothing a feverish brow, now lay still and useless in her lap. They felt alien, disconnected from the woman she had once been. What purpose did they serve now, when there was no husband to tend to, no sons to nurture, no bustling household to manage? The hands that had built a life, that had cradled babes, that had held the hands of her beloved husband, were now idle, weighed down by an invisible burden. Grief was not a passive emotion for Naomi, it was an active, consuming force. It gnawed at her insides, a perpetual ache that radiated from her chest, making it difficult to breathe, difficult to think, difficult to simply be. She was a ship adrift, its sails torn, its rudder broken, lost in a tempest of sorrow with no shore in sight. She would sit for hours, her gaze fixed on the empty space where Elimelech's chair had always been, where his laughter had once filled the room. Her mind, a battlefield of fragmented memories, would play and replay the moments of their shared life. The day they met, the promises they had exchanged, the quiet strength of his presence beside her through every joy and every hardship. Then, the cruel twist of fate, the stark finality of his passing in this foreign land, so far from the hallowed ground of his fathers. The images would blur, dissolving into the even more agonizing memories of her sons. Mahlon, with his earnest eyes and quiet resolve, her firstborn, the inheritor of his father's legacy. Chilion, her younger son, a spark of youthful exuberance, his dreams as vast as the Moabite sky. To lose them both, so swiftly, so brutally, felt like a violation of the natural order, a cosmic injustice that left her reeling. The vibrant young women they had married, Ruth and Orpah, were now shadows themselves, their laughter silenced, their futures abruptly curtailed. Naomi saw her own grief mirrored in their tear-streaked faces, a shared wound that bound them in a grim sisterhood. Yet, even in their shared suffering, a gulf had opened between them. Naomi felt an unbearable loneliness, a solitude that no amount of shared tears could penetrate. They were women of Moab, women who had lost their husbands, yes, but they had not lost their husbands and their sons. They had not experienced the decades of shared life, the deep, interwoven tapestry of a marriage, the primal bond between mother and child, severed with such brutal efficiency. They were her companions in sorrow, but they could not truly comprehend the unique desolation that had claimed her. Her prayers, once a source of solace and strength, now felt hollow, lost in the vast expanse of an unresponsive heaven. She would whisper ancient verses, recite pleas for comfort and understanding, but the words seemed to catch in her throat, choked by the enormity of her loss. Had she angered the Lord? Had her family's flight from famine been a sin, a betrayal of the land and covenant that had sustained their ancestors? The questions gnawed at her, fueled by the relentless logic of grief, which often seeks fault and assigns blame where none can be found. Her faith, once a steadfast beacon, flickered precariously, threatened by the storm of her despair. She questioned the very nature of a God who could allow such suffering, such utter devastation to befall a family. The prosperity she had once known, the comfortable life in Bethlehem, seemed like a dream from another existence, a fleeting moment of grace before the crushing weight of reality descended. The very air in Moab seemed thick with her sorrow. The familiar scent of the land, once a subtle comfort, now carried the bitter tang of loss. Every gust of wind was a reminder of what was gone, every sunset a prelude to another night of sleepless torment. She would lie awake in the darkness, the silence amplifying the cacophony of her thoughts, her heart pounding with a frantic rhythm against her ribs. Sleep offered no true respite, only a temporary escape into a world where her loved ones were still alive, only to be jolted back into the harsh reality by the first hint of dawn. The dreams were the cruelest torture, vivid illusions of happiness that would shatter with the harsh light of morning, leaving her even more broken than before. She would look at her hands, worn and weathered by years of hard work, and wonder if they had failed her. Had she not been vigilant enough? Had she missed some subtle sign, some warning that could have averted this tragedy? The mind, in its desperate attempt to regain control, would conjure up phantom responsibilities, imagined shortcomings. This, too, was a facet of her grief, the need to find a tangible cause, a way to make sense of the senseless. But there was no explanation that could soothe the raw wound of her loss. Naomi had always been a woman of strength, a matriarch who had weathered storms with a quiet resilience. But this was different. This was an erosion, a slow, agonizing stripping away of everything that had defined her. Her identity was inextricably bound to her roles: wife, mother, matriarch. With Elimelech gone, she was a widow. With Mahlon and Chilion gone, she was childless. The very foundations of her existence had crumbled, leaving her exposed and vulnerable. She was a stranger in a strange land, not just by circumstance, but by the profound emptiness that now resided within her. She saw the remnants of their possessions scattered throughout the small dwelling, a tool that Mahlon had favored, a weaving comb that had belonged to Elimelech, a small, carved bird Chilion had made. Each item was a sharp shard, piercing her heart anew. They were not mere objects. They were tangible links to the laughter, the warmth, the very souls that had been extinguished. She would trace the lines of a familiar carving, her fingertips trembling, a silent lament escaping her lips. How could something so real, so vital, simply cease to be? The prosperity they had sought in Moab, the hope of a secure future, had proven to be a cruel illusion. The land that had offered them refuge had instead become their tomb. The very sustenance they had drawn from its soil had, in a way, contributed to their demise. This irony was not lost on Naomi, and it added another layer of bitterness to her already overflowing cup of sorrow. She had left Bethlehem to escape scarcity, only to find a different kind of poverty in Moab, a poverty of spirit, a barrenness of the heart. The days bled into weeks, the weeks into months, and still, the crushing weight of grief did not lift. It settled into her bones, a permanent ache, a shadow that clung to her like the dust of the Moabite plains. She walked through her days as if in a dream, her actions mechanical, her spirit numb. The vibrant tapestry of her life had been reduced to a single, somber thread. The woman who had once commanded respect and love, who had been the heart of her family, was now a solitary figure, adrift in a sea of unimaginable loss. Her journey from Bethlehem had begun with hope, a desperate gamble for survival. It had led her to a land of new beginnings, only to culminate in the bitterest of endings, leaving her stripped bare, facing the profound solitude of utter bereavement. The silence of the house was no longer just an absence of sound, it was the echo of her own lost voice, the testament to a life irrevocably altered by the relentless hand of fate. She was Naomi, once of Bethlehem, now a widow in Moab, her heart a desolate landscape, her future a vast and terrifying unknown. The stillness of the Moabite dwelling had become Naomi's constant companion, a shroud woven from grief and the dust of a land that was not her own. Weeks had stretched into months, each sunrise a fresh torment, each sunset a harbinger of another night spent wrestling with phantoms. Her world had shrunk to the confines of these four walls, a stark testament to the vastness of her loss. Elimelech, her husband, the steadfast pillar of her life, was gone. Mahlon and Chilion, her sons, the vibrant hopes for her future, were but echoes in the silence. The very air she breathed felt heavy with the ghosts of what once was, a constant ache in her chest that even sleep could not fully numb. Her hands, once busy with the rhythms of a loving home, now lay idle, tracing patterns in the air that only she could see. The familiar landscapes of her mind, once a source of comfort, were now a battleground of memories, each recollection a double-edged sword, both a balm and a wound. It was into this profound stillness that a messenger, a trader with news from the south, brought a whisper of change. His words, spoken with the casual indifference of one who traffics in tales as much as in goods, landed in Naomi's grief-stricken consciousness like stones dropped into a placid pool. The famine, he reported, the blight that had driven her family from their homeland, had finally broken. The rains had returned to Judah, the fields of Bethlehem were greening, and the land, once parched and unforgiving, was now yielding its bounty once more. The news, at first, seemed to possess an unreal quality. It was a concept so foreign to her current reality, so distant from the pervasive desolation that had become her world, that her mind struggled to grasp its significance. Judah, Bethlehem, these were names that belonged to a life that felt impossibly distant, a dream from which she had awoken to a harsh and unforgiving reality. Yet, the trader was insistent, his account filled with details of restored harvests and renewed hope. He spoke of the overflowing granaries, the bustling markets, the return of a certain vibrancy to the towns and villages. His words painted a picture of a land awakening from a long slumber, a land ready to embrace life once more. For a long time after the trader departed, leaving behind only the faint scent of his wares and the reverberation of his words, Naomi sat in her accustomed silence. The news did not ignite a spark of joy, nor did it offer immediate solace. Instead, it stirred a complex tapestry of emotions, a turbulent interplay of longing and apprehension. The idea of returning to Bethlehem was a potent one. It was the land of her birth, the soil that held the bones of her ancestors, the place where her own story had begun. The very mention of it conjured faint, almost forgotten images: the rolling hills, the scent of olive groves, the familiar cadence of Hebrew spoken in the streets. There was a deep, almost primal pull towards that ancestral home, a yearning for the comfort of the familiar, for a land that, in its essence, understood her. But this yearning was immediately shadowed by the crushing weight of her losses. How could she return to Bethlehem as Naomi, the woman who had left with her husband and sons, brimming with the hope of prosperity? The woman who now sat in this desolate Moabite dwelling was a ghost of her former self, a living embodiment of grief and emptiness. Her Elimelech was gone, his laughter silenced forever. Her Mahlon and Chilion, her beloved boys, were buried in foreign soil, their potential unfulfilled. The joyous reunions she might have envisioned with relatives and friends were now a cruel impossibility. What welcome awaited a woman who returned alone, childless, her life's journey marked by such profound tragedy? The very thought sent a shiver down her spine. Bethlehem, once a symbol of hope and belonging, now loomed as a potential landscape of further pain, a place where her loss would be starkly juxtaposed against the renewed prosperity of others. She pictured herself walking those familiar streets, her gait no longer buoyant with the rhythm of a settled life, but heavy with the burden of her sorrow. She imagined the pitying glances, the hushed whispers, the questions she could not bear to answer. Would they see her as a pariah, a woman whose misfortune had clung to her like a curse? Or worse, would they simply fail to recognize her, this withered version of the woman who had once graced their community? The fear of being an outsider in her own homeland was a bitter pill to swallow. She had sought refuge and sustenance in Moab, and now, the land of her people seemed to offer only a more refined form of alienation. Yet, the alternative was to remain. To continue to exist in this quiet purgatory, surrounded by the tangible reminders of her broken family, in a land that offered no true solace. To let her life wither away in the shadow of her grief. The thought of another barren winter in Moab, another season of silent suffering, felt increasingly unbearable. The trader's words, though they had initially brought a tremor of fear, also carried a faint ember of possibility. A possibility, however slim, of reclaiming a semblance of life, of finding a new beginning, even in the twilight of her years. Her gaze drifted to Ruth and Orpah, the young Moabite women who had, in their own grief, woven themselves into the fabric of her desolate existence. They were her daughters-in-law, bound to her by the marriages of her sons, yet now bound by something far more profound and fragile, the shared experience of widowhood. Orpah, with her gentle nature and quiet resignation, had already begun to carve out a life of sorts within the Moabite community, her ties to her own people still strong. Ruth, however, was different. There was a fierce loyalty in her eyes, a steadfastness that Naomi had come to rely upon in the darkest of hours. Ruth's tears had flowed not just for Mahlon, but for his mother, for the shared pain that had transcended cultural divides. The decision, therefore, was not solely Naomi's. It was a decision that would inevitably impact these two women, their futures inextricably linked to hers by circumstance and, perhaps, by a deeper, unspoken bond. The thought of leaving them behind, of abandoning them to their own grief and the uncertainties of Moab, was another knot in the already tangled web of her emotions. They had shown her kindness, had shared her sorrow, and to depart without them felt like a further betrayal, another severing of ties in a life that had already been stripped bare. Naomi rose from her seat, her limbs stiff and unused. She walked to the small window, her hand resting on the rough stone of the sill. Outside, the Moabite landscape stretched before her, a familiar but unloved panorama. It was a land of harsh beauty, of stark contrasts, a land that had offered her sanctuary but had ultimately become the tomb of her family. The sun, a relentless orb in the sky, cast long shadows that mirrored the darkness within her. She closed her eyes, trying to conjure the image of Bethlehem, not as the place of her loss, but as the place of her beginnings. She thought of the almond trees that bloomed in spring, of the vineyards that clung to the hillsides, of the familiar sounds of the threshing floor. These were memories, yes, but they were also anchors, tenuous threads connecting her to a life that had once been whole. The trader's words echoed in her mind, "The famine has broken." Judah rejoices. It was a message of hope, a call to return to a land that was healing. But for Naomi, it was also a stark reminder of all that she had lost. Her husband, her sons, her life as she had known it, were not in Bethlehem. They were in the memories she carried, in the grief that had become her constant companion. Yet, the land itself, the very soil of her ancestors, held a powerful allure. It was a place where she might, perhaps, find a sense of belonging again, a place where her story might, at long last, find a resolution, however bittersweet. The weight of the decision pressed down on her, a physical ache in her chest. To stay was to remain a prisoner of her sorrow, to let her life fade into insignificance. To go was to face the daunting unknown, to confront a land that might no longer recognize her, to carry the heavy burden of her loss into a new chapter. She knew, with a certainty that chilled her to the bone, that this was more than just a choice of location. It was a choice about her very identity, about whether she would allow herself to be defined solely by her grief, or if there was still a flicker of the resilient woman who had once navigated life with grace and strength. The journey ahead was not just a physical one, but a profound internal pilgrimage, a quest for meaning in the face of utter devastation. The path back to Bethlehem was shrouded in uncertainty, yet, for the first time in a long time, a faint, almost imperceptible stirring began to awaken within her, the nascent stirrings of a decision, a choice that would irrevocably alter the course of her remaining days. The silence of Moab no longer felt like a refuge, but like a cage. And a cage, no matter how familiar, was still a confinement. The whisper of returning rain in Judah had become a faint, insistent call, beckoning her towards a past that might hold the key to a future, however different from the one she had once envisioned. It was a terrifying prospect, but in its terror, there was also the faintest glint of possibility, a hint that even in the deepest darkness, the faintest light might still be found. Chapter 2. The Moabite's Vow, Ruth's Devotion. The air in the small Moabite dwelling, usually thick with the quiet hum of everyday life, now carried a palpable tension, a fragile stillness that spoke of impending change. Naomi, her face etched with the deep lines of sorrow and the arduous journey of widowhood, gathered her daughters-in-law, Ruth and Orpah, around her. The news of the breaking famine in Judah had settled upon her, not as a joyous liberation, but as a weighty responsibility. The path back to Bethlehem was a path she felt compelled to tread, but the thought of traversing it alone, leaving behind the two women who had become her solace in this foreign land, was a burden almost too heavy to bear. "My daughters," Naomi began, her voice, though soft, held a new resolve. "The Lord has been kind. The famine that drove us from our homes has lifted, and the fields of Judah are once again bountiful. It is time for me to return to Bethlehem, to the land of my fathers." She paused, her gaze sweeping over their young faces, each reflecting a mirror of her own recent grief. Mahlon and Chilion, their beloved husbands, were gone, leaving them adrift in the currents of widowhood. Naomi knew, with a certainty born of experience, that the life she could offer them in Bethlehem was not the life they deserved. Her days of motherhood, of building a vibrant household, were behind her. Her remaining years were likely to be marked by the quiet stoicism of an elder, not the joyous beginnings of a young wife. "But," she continued, her heart heavy, "I cannot ask you to forsake your own people, your own families, to follow me. Moab is your homeland, the place where you were born, where your mothers and fathers reside. You have been a comfort to me in my sorrow, a light in my darkest hours. Yet, your future lies here. Orpah, my dear, you have a mother and father, brothers and sisters who await your return. Go back to them, and may the Lord grant you kindness and a new home, a new husband." Naomi's words hung in the air, each syllable a tender caress and a sharp severance. She watched as Orpah's face crumpled, her eyes, already red-rimmed from days of mourning, filling with fresh tears. Orpah, ever the dutiful daughter, ever the one who clung to the familiar, was visibly torn. The bond she shared with Naomi was deep, forged in the crucible of shared loss and mutual tenderness. She had learned to love this Israelite woman, to cherish her wisdom and her gentle spirit. But Naomi's words struck a chord of deep-seated belonging. Her roots were in Moab, her obligations to her birth family undeniable. Orpah's response was a torrent of weeping, a raw expression of her anguish at the prospect of separation. She clung to Naomi, her sobs racking her slender frame. "No, mother," she cried, her voice choked with emotion. "Please, do not send me away from you. Where you go, I will go, and where you stay, I will stay. Your people will be my people, and your God my God." Her declaration was fervent, a desperate plea born of love and a profound sense of loss. She saw in Naomi the only anchor left in a world that had been shattered. To leave her would be to plunge into an abyss of uncertainty, to sever the last remaining tie to the life she had known, a life now tragically altered. Naomi, however, knew the profound sacrifices such a vow entailed. She understood the deep currents of loyalty and obligation that flowed through Orpah's heart, but she also recognized the pull of her birth family, the comfort and familiarity that Moab offered. "Orpah, my child," Naomi said, her voice gentle but firm, her hand reaching out to stroke Orpah's hair. "Look at my situation. My husband is gone. My sons are gone. I have no more sons to give you as husbands, no hope of more children who could one day become your husbands. Return to your own homes, my daughters. Do not follow me. I am too old to have another husband, and even if I were to conceive a child tonight and bear sons, would you wait for them until they grew up? No, my daughters. It grieves me deeply that the hand of the Lord has turned against me." The weight of Naomi's words settled upon Orpah, a chilling realization of the stark reality of her situation. Naomi was old, without the prospect of further heirs. To follow her meant a life of perpetual widowhood, a life of serving an aging mother-in-law in a foreign land, with no hope of children of her own. The path Naomi proposed was one of profound devotion, but also one of immense personal sacrifice, a sacrifice that Orpah, bound by the ties of her own family and the natural desire for a future of her own, could not fully embrace. With a heavy heart, a heart torn between her love for Naomi and the inescapable pull of her homeland, Orpah finally turned to her grieving mother-in-law. She wept, she clung, she pleaded, but ultimately, the practical realities of her life, the deep-seated connections to her Moabite heritage, proved too strong. With a final, heartbreaking embrace and a flood of tears, Orpah turned her back on Naomi and began her journey back to her own people, her heart heavy with the sorrow of separation. As Orpah departed, her figure disappearing into the dusty expanse of the Moabite landscape, a profound silence fell upon the dwelling. Naomi watched her go, a mixture of sadness and acceptance in her heart. She understood Orpah's choice, even as it ached within her. Then, her gaze turned to Ruth, who remained steadfastly by her side, her eyes fixed on Naomi's face, her own grief a quiet, powerful force. Ruth had also wept, her heart aching for the loss of Mahlon, her husband, the man she had loved with the fierce passion of youth. But her grief had also extended to Naomi, to this woman who had welcomed her into her family, who had shared her life and her love. In the crucible of their shared sorrow, a bond had been forged, stronger than blood, deeper than cultural divides. Ruth had witnessed the depth of Naomi's despair, the profound loneliness that had settled upon her like a shroud. And she had found herself unable to contemplate a life without this woman who had, in so many ways, become her world. Naomi looked at Ruth, her heart filled with a complex mix of gratitude and a lingering sadness for the path ahead. "Look," Naomi said, her voice now imbued with a quiet resignation. "Your sister-in-law has gone back to her people and her gods. Go back with her." She offered Ruth the same gentle push, the same understanding of the ties that bound her to Moab. She knew that Ruth, too, had a family, a heritage, a life that awaited her in her own land. But Ruth's gaze never wavered. Her eyes, clear and resolute, met Naomi's with an unwavering intensity. There was a strength in her bearing, a quiet determination that belied her outward sorrow. She had been her husband's wife, a member of Naomi's household, and in that capacity, she had found love and belonging. Now, with Mahlon gone, she found herself clinging to the only thread of that life that remained. And that thread was Naomi. "Do not urge me to leave you or to turn back from you," Ruth pleaded, her voice soft but unwavering, like a gentle stream that carves its way through stone. "For wherever you go, I will go, and wherever you stay, I will stay. Your people will be my people, and your God my God." The words tumbled from Ruth's lips, a spontaneous outpouring of a loyalty so profound it took Naomi's breath away. It was a declaration that transcended the simple bonds of kinship, a vow that spoke of a commitment that went beyond earthly considerations. Ruth was a Moabite, a foreigner in Naomi's land, accustomed to the gods and customs of Moab. To pledge herself to Naomi's people meant an irrevocable severance from her past, an embrace of a foreign culture, and, most profoundly, an acceptance of Naomi's God. "Where you die, I will die, and there I will be buried," Ruth continued, her voice gaining in strength, the conviction in her eyes deepening. "May the Lord do this to me, and more, if anything but death separates you and me." The weight of Ruth's vow was immense. It was not a casual promise, but a solemn oath, invoking divine judgment upon herself should she break it. She was offering Naomi not just companionship, but a complete and utter devotion, a willingness to surrender her own identity and embrace a new one. It was a radical act of love, a testament to the depth of the connection she felt to this woman who had lost so much. Naomi listened, tears now streaming down her face, but these were not tears of sorrow alone. They were tears of profound gratitude, of awe, and of a dawning hope. She had expected Orpah to return, to find solace in her own family. But Ruth's declaration was something else entirely. It was a gift, an unexpected blessing in the midst of her profound loss. She had been prepared for loneliness, for the quiet fading of her days. But in Ruth, she saw a spark of life, a promise of companionship, a reaffirmation of the enduring power of human connection. When Naomi saw that Ruth was determined to go with her, she said no more to her. The ancient text would later record, a testament to the profound impact of Ruth's vow. There was no need for further persuasion. Ruth's words had spoken volumes, her actions had declared her heart. Naomi, humbled and deeply moved, knew that she could not stand in the way of such unwavering devotion. She had been preparing for a solitary journey, a descent into the twilight of her life. But now, a new path was unfolding, a path illuminated by the fierce loyalty of a Moabite woman who had chosen her people, her God, and her life over all else. The journey back to Bethlehem would not be a solitary one, but a shared pilgrimage, a testament to a bond that had been forged in sorrow and was now cemented by an extraordinary act of love. The future, though still uncertain, suddenly held a flicker of light, a promise of shared strength in the face of what lay ahead. Ruth's vow was more than just words. It was a foundation, a testament to the enduring power of loyalty, a quiet force that would shape not only their lives but the very tapestry of history. The dust rose in a fine, ochre haze, clinging to their sandals and settling on their worn cloaks. Each step was a conscious effort, a deliberate movement forward on a path that stretched out before them like an endless ribbon of sun-baked earth. The vibrant greens and rolling hills of Moab, a land that had offered them both solace and sorrow, were now a receding memory, replaced by a more desolate, austere beauty. Judah, the very name, whispered on the dry breeze, carried the weight of Naomi's longing and Ruth's newfound commitment. It was a land of promise, a land of homecoming, but the journey there was far from easy. Naomi, her once robust frame now stooped by grief and the passage of years, found her strength tested with every league they traversed. The sun, a relentless orb in the vast, unyielding sky, seemed to beat down with a particular intensity, draining the moisture from their bodies and the resolve from weaker spirits. Yet, she pressed on, fueled by a quiet determination that had been rekindled by Ruth's unwavering loyalty. The ache in her bones was a constant companion, a physical manifestation of the losses she had endured, but it was a pain she bore with a newfound resilience. Beside her, Ruth walked with a steady pace, her young strength a silent testament to her vow. Though her heart was heavy with the memory of Mahlon and the severance from her own people, her spirit remained unbroken, her gaze fixed forward, a silent promise to Naomi that she would not falter. The landscape itself seemed to reflect their inner turmoil. The initial days of their journey out of Moab were marked by a sparse beauty, a rugged terrain that offered little comfort. The wells were few and far between, and the water, when found, was often brackish and warm. They learned to ration their meager supplies, to measure their steps, to find shade where they could, however fleeting. The nights brought a deceptive coolness, but they were often restless, filled with the sounds of the desert, the rustling of unseen creatures, the mournful cry of a distant jackal, the vast, enveloping silence that seemed to amplify their solitude. It was in these quiet hours, huddled together for warmth and reassurance, that their bond deepened. Ruth would often speak softly of her hopes for their future in Bethlehem, of the family and community Naomi had described, painting pictures of a life where sorrow might eventually give way to a gentler peace. Naomi, in turn, would share fragments of her past, tales of her youth in the fertile fields of Judah, of the vibrancy of Bethlehem, a stark contrast to the hardships they were currently enduring. These shared moments, woven into the fabric of their arduous trek, became the threads that bound them closer. As they drew nearer to the borders of Judah, the land began to change, subtly at first, then with increasing prominence. The scrubby bushes gave way to more resilient, drought-tolerant trees, and the earth beneath their feet, while still dry, hinted at a deeper potential. Yet, the prevailing impression was one of hardship. The fields they saw were either fallow, awaiting a more generous rain, or parched, the crops withered before they could mature. This stark reality was a painful echo of Naomi's own perceived barrenness, the years of famine and loss that had stripped her life bare. It was a landscape that mirrored the desolation in her heart, a constant reminder of what she had lost and the uncertainty of what lay ahead. "It seems the Lord's hand has been heavy upon this land as well," Naomi murmured one evening, her voice raspy from the dry air and the dust. They had found a meager overhang of rock to shelter them for the night, the wind whipping sand into their faces. Ruth sat beside her, carefully tending a small, sputtering fire that provided more comfort than heat. "But the famine has broken, you said, Naomi," she replied softly, her eyes reflecting the flickering flames. "That is a great blessing. Perhaps the rains will come soon, and the land will rejoice." Naomi sighed, a sound that seemed to carry the weariness of generations. Famine can linger in the spirit, Ruth, long after the rains have returned to the earth. The memories of hunger, the fear of scarcity, these things leave their mark. She looked at Ruth, her gaze softening. "You have left everything, my child. Your home, your family, your familiar gods. This is a great sacrifice you have made for an old woman in a land you do not know." Ruth reached out and gently took Naomi's gnarled hand. Her touch was warm and firm, a stark contrast to Naomi's frail skin. "You are not just an old woman, Naomi," she said, her voice filled with a quiet conviction. "You are my mother, and Bethlehem is where you live. Your people are my people. Your God, He has shown me kindness through you. He is the God of faithfulness, and I have found faithfulness in your heart." Her words, simple yet profound, resonated in the stillness. Ruth had seen the divine not just in grand pronouncements or miraculous interventions, but in the quiet strength of Naomi's character, in the unwavering love she had shown even in her deepest despair. This Moabite woman, who had once worshipped different deities, now found herself drawn to the God of Israel, a God whose presence she felt in the unwavering devotion of her mother-in-law. The journey was more than a physical passage, it was a spiritual pilgrimage, a shedding of old skins and an embracing of new truths. The physical exertion was relentless. Their water skins, carefully filled at each infrequent source, seemed to shrink with alarming speed. The sun beat down mercilessly, and the nights, though cooler, offered little respite from exhaustion. They walked for hours each day, their footsteps falling into a rhythm of quiet perseverance. Ruth, with her youthful vitality, often carried the heavier burdens, her strong arms ensuring their meager provisions were secure, her presence a constant source of reassurance. Naomi, though weaker, possessed an inner fortitude that belied her physical frailty. Her knowledge of the land, even the parts she hadn't seen in years, guided them, her keen eyes spotting the faintest signs of a well, the most sheltered place to rest. There were moments of doubt, of course. The sheer emptiness of the landscape, the oppressive heat, the gnawing hunger that even their carefully rationed barley cakes could not fully assuage. In those moments, the vastness of their undertaking, the immense distance separating them from all they had ever known, threatened to overwhelm them. Ruth would sometimes pause, her gaze sweeping over the barren expanse, a flicker of longing for the familiar comforts of Moab crossing her face. But then she would look at Naomi, at the quiet dignity with which she faced each hardship, and her resolve would harden anew. One particularly arduous afternoon, as they navigated a stretch of rocky, uneven terrain, Naomi stumbled. She cried out, a sharp intake of breath, and her knees buckled. Ruth was instantly at her side, her arms supporting Naomi's weight, her voice a soothing balm. "Be careful, mother," she urged gently. "Lean on me." Naomi, breathless and trembling, leaned heavily against Ruth's sturdy frame. "I am old, Ruth," she whispered, her voice laced with a weariness that went deeper than physical exhaustion. "Perhaps this journey is too much for me." Ruth's grip tightened. Her eyes, usually so bright, were filled with a fierce determination. "You will not be too much for me, Naomi," she declared, her voice ringing with unwavering resolve. "We will walk this path together. Every step. If you falter, I will carry you. If you are weary, I will rest beside you. But we will not turn back. Not now, not ever." She helped Naomi to a nearby boulder, settling her gently. Then, without a word, Ruth went to retrieve their burdens, adjusting them on her own shoulders, her muscles straining but holding firm. She brought Naomi a sip of water, her movements slow and deliberate, ensuring her mother-in-law was as comfortable as possible. The sun beat down, relentless, but Ruth's presence was a cool shade, her unwavering spirit a shelter from the harsh realities of their pilgrimage. As they continued their journey, the physical trials began to forge a deeper connection between them. They learned each other's strengths and weaknesses, anticipating needs before they were spoken. Ruth would find the driest patch of ground for Naomi to rest, would ensure the water skin was always within Naomi's reach. Naomi, in turn, would offer words of encouragement, her knowledge of the stars guiding them through the twilight hours, her stories of Bethlehem a beacon of hope in the encroaching darkness. The stark beauty of the Judah landscape, once a source of apprehension, began to take on a different meaning. It was a land that demanded resilience, a land that rewarded perseverance. It was, perhaps, a fitting crucible for their burgeoning new life. The days bled into weeks. They encountered other travelers, their faces etched with the same hardships, their journeys mirroring their own in their shared quest for sustenance and safety. These brief encounters offered a welcome respite from their solitude, a chance to exchange news, to share a morsel of food, to glean information about the road ahead. From these travelers, they heard whispers of the harvest, of the fields that were beginning to ripen, of the bustling activity in the towns and villages. These were tidings that sparked a flicker of anticipation in Naomi's heart, a confirmation that the famine had indeed passed, and that a new season was dawning. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of orange and purple, they crested a ridge. Below them, nestled in a valley, lay a cluster of dwellings. Smoke curled lazily from a few chimneys, and the faint bleating of sheep drifted on the evening air. It was a sight that brought a catch to Naomi's throat. "Bethlehem," she whispered, her voice thick with emotion. "We are almost there, Ruth. We are almost home." Ruth stood beside her, her arm gently around Naomi's shoulders. She, too, looked upon the scene with a quiet awe. The journey had been long, arduous, and fraught with uncertainty. They had walked through desolation, their bodies weary, their spirits tested. But they had walked it together. And now, on the horizon, lay the promise of a new beginning, a testament to a vow made in sorrow, a testament to a bond forged in devotion. The dusty paths of Judah had not broken them, they had, instead, tempered them, preparing them for whatever lay ahead in the city of bread. The sun beat down with a relentless fury, a familiar adversary that Ruth had come to know intimately on the journey from Moab. But this was different. The parched earth of the travel routes had been a canvas of hardship, but here, in the outskirts of Bethlehem, the land was alive, yet unforgiving. Though Naomi's prophecy of a broken famine had come to pass, the abundance was not for them, not yet. The sight of Bethlehem, the city of bread, was a poignant irony. Its very name promised sustenance, yet for Naomi and Ruth, it was a stark reminder of their utter destitution. They had arrived with nothing but the clothes on their backs and the unwavering bond between them, a bond forged in the crucible of grief and tempered by Ruth's extraordinary devotion. Naomi, her eyes hollowed by years of sorrow and recent hardship, watched from a distance as Ruth prepared to venture out. The elder woman's heart ached with a mixture of pride and helplessness. She had brought Ruth to this land, to her ancestral home, but she had nothing to offer her in return but her own fading strength and a legacy of loss. The thought of Ruth, her Moabite daughter-in-law, venturing into the fields to gather scraps, to be a stranger among strangers in a land that was supposed to be her own, was a bitter pill to swallow. Yet, she knew Ruth's spirit. She had seen it on the arduous journey, a flame that refused to be extinguished by the winds of adversity. Ruth, her young face etched with a solemn determination, adjusted the row-spun cloth that served as a makeshift bag at her side. Her Moabite attire, though clean, was worn and marked her as an outsider. She understood the unspoken language of poverty. It was a language that spoke of need, of desperation, and sometimes, of shame. But Ruth felt no shame. Her commitment to Naomi was a sacred vow, a covenant sealed not by ritual but by the deep wellsprings of her love. She would labor, she would humble herself, she would face the scorn of those who might see her as an unwelcome presence, all for the sake of the woman who had become her mother. "I will go now, mother," Ruth said, her voice soft but firm, meeting Naomi's anxious gaze. "The sun is high, and the harvesters may have left much behind. I will look for the overlooked, the fallen ears, the grain scattered in haste." Naomi nodded, her lips trembling slightly. "Go, my child. May the Lord grant you favor. May He open the eyes of those who own the fields to see your worth, and may He bless the work of your hands." With a final, reassuring smile, Ruth turned and walked towards the edge of the town. The fields stretched out before her, vast expanses of golden stubble, a testament to the bounty of the harvest. Men and women, their bodies browned and hardened by the sun, moved with practiced efficiency, their sickles flashing as they bound sheaves, their laughter and calls echoing across the landscape. They were the owners, the laborers, the people of Bethlehem, a community with its own customs and traditions, and Ruth was an alien within its midst. Her heart beat a little faster as she approached the nearest field. It had been recently harvested, the ground littered with the remnants of the crop. The law of Moses, which Naomi had often spoken of, came to her mind. When you reap the harvest of your land, do not reap to the very edge of your field, or gather the gleanings of your harvest. Do not go over your vineyard again or gather the fallen fruit of your vineyard, leave them for the poor and for the foreigner. I am the Lord your God. Leviticus 19, 9-10. This was the custom, the divine provision for those who had nothing. But custom could be ignored, and laws could be overlooked, especially when wealth and self-interest were at stake. Ruth took a deep breath and stepped into the field. She kept her head bowed, her movements humble, her gaze fixed on the ground. She began to gather the fallen stalks, her fingers quickly and deftly separating the precious kernels of grain from the chaff. It was slow, painstaking work. Her hands, accustomed to the gentler tasks in Moab, began to ache, her fingernails growing stiff and sore from the rough stubble. Each stalk yielded only a handful of grain, a meager reward for her effort, but she persevered, her mind focused on the image of Naomi, her frail body needing nourishment. She moved from one end of the field to the other, her small pile of gleaned grain growing with agonizing slowness. She was acutely aware of the glances that were cast her way. Some were curious, some indifferent, but a few were openly disdainful. A young man, his face flushed with exertion, paused in his work to stare at her, a smirk playing on his lips. He nudged his companion, and they both looked at her, their whispers carrying on the breeze. Ruth tried to ignore them, to lose herself in the task, but their scrutiny pricked at her like thorns. She was a foreigner, a stranger, and her poverty was on full display. Despite the awkwardness, Ruth found a quiet strength in her purpose. This was not merely about survival, it was an act of worship. She was honoring the God of Israel, the God she had come to know and love through Naomi. She was living out His command to care for the poor and the stranger. In this act of humble labor, she felt a connection to the divine, a sense of purpose that transcended the indignity of her situation. As the morning wore on, Ruth moved to another field, one that seemed even more thoroughly harvested. She knelt down, her skirts brushing against the dry earth, and began to search meticulously among the stubble. She found a few stray heads of barley, and some scattered kernels of wheat. Her bag was still far from full, and a knot of anxiety began to form in her stomach. What if she couldn't gather enough? What if they had to face another night of gnawing hunger? Suddenly, she heard a man's voice, deep and resonant, calling out. "Who is this woman gleaning in our fields?" Ruth froze, her heart leaping into her throat. She looked up, her eyes blinking against the sudden glare of the sun. Standing at the edge of the field was a man, tall and imposing, with a kindly face framed by a dark beard. He was dressed in fine linen, and a group of his reapers stood behind him, their faces a mixture of curiosity and deference. This must be Boaz, she thought, the owner of this land. Naomi had spoken of him, a relative of Elimelech, a man of wealth and standing in Bethlehem. A surge of fear mixed with a flicker of hope coursed through her. Would he turn her away? Would he accuse her of theft? She stood slowly, gathering her meager harvest into her bag, her hands trembling slightly. She bowed her head in a gesture of respect. "I am Ruth, the Moabite, who returned with Naomi from the country of Moab," she replied, her voice clear and steady, though a tremor ran beneath it. "I came to glean and gather among the sheaves after the reapers. And I have continued until now, working even until this moment." Boaz looked at her, his gaze thoughtful. He saw her earnestness, the weariness in her posture, and the quiet dignity with which she carried herself. He had heard of her devotion to Naomi, of her refusal to abandon her mother-in-law. He saw not just a foreign gleaner, but a woman of remarkable loyalty and strength. He spoke, his voice kind. "Listen to me, Ruth. You have come to glean in the fields of another, and in the fields of your kinsmen, too. Do not glean in any other field, but stay here with my young women. Watch where they are reaping, and follow after them. I have commanded my young men not to molest you. And when you are thirsty, go to the water jars and drink what the young men have drawn." Ruth's eyes widened in disbelief and gratitude. This was more than she had dared to hope for. Not only was she allowed to glean, but she was to stay with the women of Boaz's household, protected from harassment. She felt a wave of relief wash over her, so potent that it brought tears to her eyes. She bowed low again. "Why have I found such favor in your eyes that you should notice me, a foreigner?" Boaz smiled gently. "I have been told of all that you have done for your mother-in-law since the death of your husband, and how you left your father and mother and your native land and came to a people that you did not know before. The Lord repay you for what you have done, and a full reward be given you by the Lord, the God of Israel, under whose wings you have come to take refuge." His words were a balm to Ruth's soul. He acknowledged her sacrifice, her devotion, and her faith. He saw her not as an outsider to be scorned, but as a woman who had placed her trust in the God of Israel. "May I continue to find favor in your sight, my lord," Ruth said, her voice thick with emotion. "You have comforted me and spoken kindly to your servant, though I do not deserve to be like one of your servants." And so, Ruth stayed. She joined the women of Boaz's household, working alongside them, her fear gradually subsiding, replaced by a sense of belonging and purpose. She followed their lead, gleaning in the designated fields, drinking from the water jars they offered, and sharing in their simple midday meal. It was a humble repast, bread, olives, and roasted grains, but to Ruth, it tasted like a feast. She ate with gratitude, her heart overflowing with thankfulness for Boaz's kindness and the provision of their God. As she worked, she observed the reapers and the women. There was a sense of order, of respect, and of community. The young men who worked under Boaz's command were diligent and respectful, their actions clearly guided by their master's instructions. There was no rough banter, no unwelcome advances, only the sounds of labor and the occasional snatch of song. Ruth felt a profound sense of security, a peace she had not experienced since leaving her homeland. The day wore on, and Ruth's bag grew heavier. The grain she gathered was not a vast fortune, but it was enough. Enough to provide a meal for Naomi, enough to ease the gnawing worry that had plagued her since their arrival in Bethlehem. She thought of Naomi, waiting patiently back in their humble dwelling, and a warmth spread through her heart. She was fulfilling her vow, not just by staying with Naomi, but by actively providing for her. As the sun began its descent, casting long shadows across the fields, the reapers ceased their labor. Boaz himself came out into the field, overseeing the final tasks. He approached Ruth, who was still diligently gathering the last of the fallen grain. "It is time to go," Boaz said, his voice still gentle. "You have worked hard today." Ruth stood, her back aching, her hands sore, but her spirit buoyed. She held up her bag, now respectably full. "I have gathered more than I expected, my lord. Praise be to God." Boaz nodded, his eyes crinkling at the corners. "You have done well, Ruth. Carry your burden home. Tomorrow, you will return." He gestured to his reapers. "Add some extra grain to her bag. Let her take more than she has gathered, so that you may show kindness to her." Ruth was overwhelmed. This was beyond anything she could have imagined. She bowed low, tears of gratitude streaming down her face. "You are too kind, my lord. I am but a foreigner, yet you have treated me with such compassion." With her bag now significantly heavier, brimming with the unexpected bounty, Ruth made her way back to Bethlehem. The town was bustling with evening activity, but she moved through it with a newfound confidence. She was no longer just a destitute foreigner, she was Ruth, the gleaner, the loyal daughter-in-law, a woman under the protection and favor of Boaz. When she reached their small, rented dwelling, Naomi looked up, her face etched with worry. But as Ruth approached, her mother-in-law's eyes widened, seeing the fullness of the bag. "Ruth, my child, you have returned," Naomi exclaimed, her voice filled with relief and a burgeoning hope. "Look at this. What have you accomplished?" Ruth smiled, setting the heavy bag down. "I have found favor, mother. The owner of the field, Boaz, he has been very kind. He told me to glean with his young women, and he has given me extra grain. He said I should return tomorrow." Naomi took Ruth's hands, her own rough and weathered. She looked into her daughter-in-law's face, seeing not just the physical weariness but the radiant joy that shone from within. "Blessed be he who has looked kindly upon you," Naomi declared, her voice filled with emotion. "The Lord has not withdrawn his steadfast love from us, neither in death nor in the famine. He has shown favor to you, Ruth, and has provided for our need." That evening, they ate well. The barley and wheat, gleaned with Ruth's own hands and supplemented by Boaz's generosity, was a feast compared to the meager rations they had endured. As they ate, Naomi recounted the story of their past, of the times when even in abundance, her family had known hardship. But tonight was different. Tonight, there was a sense of security, a glimmer of hope that had been absent for so long. Ruth sat beside Naomi, her heart full. She had left her homeland, her family, her gods, seeking refuge under the wings of the God of Israel. She had found not only that refuge but also a purpose, a way to honor her commitments, and a demonstration of divine favor. The fields of Bethlehem, initially a symbol of her desolation, had become the ground where her devotion was tested and rewarded, where her faith was strengthened, and where the first seeds of a new future were sown. The journey to Bethlehem had been arduous, but the arrival, though fraught with poverty, was not an end, but a beginning, marked by the quiet heroism of a Moabite woman and the unexpected kindness of a righteous man. The vow Ruth had made in the desolate lands of Moab was being lived out, day by day, gleaning by gleaning, in the fertile fields of Judah. The sun, a molten disk in the sky, cast long, dancing shadows as Ruth continued her diligent work. The stubble pricked at her knees as she knelt, her fingers, now calloused and roughened from the arduous task, meticulously searching for any missed kernels. Each precious grain was a small victory against the gnawing worry that had settled in her stomach since their arrival. Bethlehem, the city of bread, had offered them bread, but only through the sweat of her brow and the grace of a divine law that protected the poor and the foreigner. She moved with a quiet determination, her Moabite attire, though clean, a stark marker of her otherness in this land of plenty. She was acutely aware of the eyes that sometimes fell upon her, the curious, the indifferent, and the occasionally disdainful. It was a humbling experience, this public display of destitution, but the unwavering image of Naomi's tired face, etched with years of sorrow, fueled her resolve. She was not doing this for herself, but for the woman who had become her mother, the woman who had shown her such love and loyalty in return for the grief of a lost son. The law of Moses, as Naomi had often recounted, provided for such as her, the gleaning left behind for the poor and the stranger. It was a beautiful testament to the justice and mercy of the God of Israel, a God she was learning to call her own. Yet, she knew that laws, even divine ones, were often subject to the whims and prejudices of men. Her hope rested not just in the decree, but in the heart of those who owned the land. As she moved into another section of the field, the work seemed to be nearing its end. The harvesters had been thorough, their scythes efficient. Ruth sighed, her shoulders slumping slightly. Would she gather enough today? Enough to sustain them, enough to quell Naomi's anxieties, enough to prove that her sacrifice, her leap of faith in coming to this land, was not in vain. Just as despair began to whisper its insidious doubts, a voice, deep and commanding yet tinged with a gentle inquiry, cut through the hum of activity. Who is this woman gleaning in the fields? Ruth froze, her heart pounding a sudden, frantic rhythm against her ribs. She looked up, shielding her eyes against the blinding glare. Standing at the edge of the field, his form silhouetted against the bright sky, was a man of imposing stature. He was clearly a man of means, his linen garment immaculate, a stark contrast to the dusty reapers scattered around him. Behind him stood a retinue of his workers, their expressions a mixture of deference and curiosity. A wave of apprehension washed over Ruth. Naomi had spoken of a relative of Elimelech, a man of wealth and standing named Boaz, a man who, by virtue of his kinship, might hold some responsibility for their plight. Was this he? Would he see her as an intruder, a burden? With trembling hands, she gathered the meager handful of grain she had collected, her movements slow and deliberate, a gesture of respect and perhaps a subtle plea for understanding. She rose to her feet, her gaze fixed on the ground for a moment before meeting his. "I am Ruth, the Moabite," she replied, her voice surprisingly steady, though a tremor ran beneath the surface. "I returned with Naomi from the country of Moab. I came to glean and gather among the sheaves after the reapers. And I have continued until now, working even until this moment." She spoke the truth, her words a testament to her diligence and her desperation. Boaz regarded her for a long moment, his expression thoughtful. He was a man who possessed a keen eye for character, and in Ruth, he saw more than just a destitute gleaner. He saw the weary lines etched into her young face, the earnestness in her eyes, and the quiet dignity that clung to her like a precious cloak, despite the threadbare circumstances. He had heard whispers, of course, tales of the Moabite woman who had cleaved to her Israelite mother-in-law, who had left her homeland and her gods to follow an aging widow to a foreign land. He recognized the echoes of Elimelech's family in her story, a lineage he had long since lost contact with. But it was the depth of her devotion to Naomi, a stranger to her by blood but a mother by vow, that truly arrested his attention. He saw a loyalty that transcended obligation, a love that had defied loss and famine. He saw a woman who had sought refuge, not just in this land, but, as he would later articulate, under the wings of the Lord, the God of Israel. He stepped closer, his voice softening. "Listen to me, Ruth. You have come to glean in the fields of another, and in the fields of your kinsmen, too. Do not glean in any other field, but stay here with my young women. Watch where they are reaping, and follow after them. I have commanded my young men not to molest you. And when you are thirsty, go to the water jars and drink what the young men have drawn." Ruth's breath hitched. Her eyes widened, not with fear, but with a profound, overwhelming sense of disbelief and gratitude. This was beyond anything she could have possibly imagined. It was not merely permission to glean, but an assurance of safety, a place within the protective circle of his household. The fear that had been her constant companion since her arrival, the gnawing anxiety about her place in this foreign society, began to recede, replaced by a warmth that spread through her like the morning sun. Tears welled in her eyes, blurring the image of the man before her. She bowed her head, her voice thick with emotion. "Why have I found such favor in your eyes that you should notice me, a foreigner?" It was a genuine question, born of a heart that still struggled to comprehend such unexpected kindness. She was a Moabite, an outsider, a woman whose very identity marked her as different. Boaz's gaze softened further. He understood the weight of her question, the precariousness of her position. He explained, his words a balm to her weary spirit. I have been told of all that you have done for your mother-in-law since the death of your husband, and how you left your father and mother and your native land and came to a people that you did not know before. The Lord repay you for what you have done, and a full reward be given you by the Lord, the God of Israel, under whose wings you have come to take refuge. He spoke not of obligation or duty, but of divine recognition and reward. He saw her actions as a testament to her faith, a conscious choice to embrace the God of Israel, and in doing so, to place herself under his divine protection. Ruth felt a profound sense of peace settle over her. He saw her. He understood. He acknowledged the depth of her commitment, the sacrifice she had made. She was not simply a burden, a nameless stranger to be tolerated. She was a woman of faith, a woman of loyalty, a woman who had sought refuge. May I continue to find favor in your sight, my Lord, she replied, her voice regaining its strength. You have comforted me and spoken kindly to your servant, though I do not deserve to be like one of your servants. And so, under Boaz's benevolent oversight, Ruth's day of gleaning transformed. She joined the women of his household, moving with them through the fields. The initial apprehension gave way to a sense of belonging. She followed their routines, drank from the communal jars of cool water, and shared in their midday meal. The food was simple, coarse bread, olives, and roasted grain, but to Ruth, it tasted like a banquet. Each mouthful was imbued with gratitude, a silent prayer of thanks for Boaz's generosity and for the divine provision that flowed through him. She observed the interactions around her. The reapers, under Boaz's command, moved with a quiet efficiency, their demeanor respectful. There was no lewd banter, no unwelcome advances, only the sounds of honest labor and the occasional snatch of a harvest song. She felt a profound sense of security, a peace she had not known since leaving her homeland, a peace that had been absent even in the relative comfort of her Moabite home. As the sun began its slow descent, painting the sky in hues of orange and purple, the reapers gathered their tools. Boaz, ever watchful, made his way through the field, his gaze falling upon Ruth, who was still diligently gathering the last stray heads of grain. It is time to go, he said, his voice still carrying that gentle resonance. You have worked hard today. Ruth stood, her body weary, her hands aching, but her spirit soaring. She held up her bag, now noticeably heavier than when she had begun. I have gathered more than I expected, my Lord. Praise be to God. Boaz smiled, a genuine warmth radiating from his eyes. You have done well, Ruth. Carry your burden home. Tomorrow, you will return. He then turned to his reapers, his voice carrying across the field. Add some extra grain to her bag. Let her take more than she has gathered, so that you may show kindness to her. Ruth's heart swelled. This was an act of generosity that far surpassed her expectations. She bowed low, tears of gratitude, hot and cleansing, tracing paths through the dust on her cheeks. You are too kind, my Lord, she whispered, her voice choked with emotion. I am but a foreigner, yet you have treated me with such compassion, as if I were one of your own. With her bag now significantly heavier, laden with the unexpected bounty, Ruth made her way back to the small dwelling she shared with Naomi. The evening air in Bethlehem was alive with the sounds of families returning from their labors, the scent of wood smoke and cooking food filling the air. But Ruth moved through it all with a newfound confidence, her steps lighter despite the weight she carried. She was no longer just a destitute foreigner, she was Ruth, the gleaner, the loyal daughter-in-law, a woman under the protection and favor of Boaz, a man who embodied the very best of the law that promised refuge for the stranger. When she reached their humble abode, Naomi looked up, her face a mask of worry. But as Ruth approached, her eyes widened, taking in the impressive fullness of the bag. Ruth, my child, you have returned, Naomi exclaimed, her voice a mixture of relief and a dawning hope. Look at this. What have you accomplished? Ruth managed a weary smile, setting the heavy bag down with a soft thud. I have found favor, mother. The owner of the field, Boaz, he has been very kind. He told me to glean with his young women, and he has given me extra grain. He said I should return tomorrow. She recounted the encounter, her voice filled with wonder at the man's magnanimity. Naomi took Ruth's hands, her own rough and weathered, her grip firm. She looked into her daughter-in-law's face, seeing not just the physical exhaustion, but a radiant joy that shone from within, a light that had been absent for too long. "Blessed be he who has looked kindly upon you," Naomi declared, her voice trembling with emotion. "The Lord has not withdrawn his steadfast love from us, neither in death nor in the famine. He has shown favor to you, Ruth, and has provided for our need." In that moment, Naomi saw not just a meal for the night, but a sign of divine favor, a promise that their fortunes, so long in eclipse, might finally be turning. That evening, they ate well. The barley and wheat, gleaned with Ruth's own hands and generously supplemented by Boaz's decree, was a feast compared to the meager rations they had endured. As they ate, Naomi, her heart brimming with gratitude, recounted stories of their past, of the times when even in abundance, her family had known hardship. But tonight was different. Tonight, there was a tangible sense of security, a glimmer of hope that had been absent for so long, a hope that extended beyond the immediate sustenance of the meal. Ruth sat beside Naomi, her heart full. She had left her homeland, her family, her gods, seeking refuge under the wings of the God of Israel. She had found not only that refuge but also a purpose, a way to honor her commitments, and a profound demonstration of divine favor. The fields of Bethlehem, initially a symbol of her desolation and her foreignness, had become the ground where her devotion was tested and rewarded, where her faith was strengthened, and where the first seeds of a new and unexpected future were sown. The arduous journey to Bethlehem had brought her to the brink of despair, but her arrival, though marked by poverty, was not an end, but a beginning, a new chapter ushered in by the quiet heroism of a Moabite woman and the profound, transformative kindness of a righteous man. The vow Ruth had made in the desolate lands of Moab, a vow of unwavering loyalty and commitment, was being lived out, day by day, gleaning by gleaning, in the fertile fields of Judah, under the watchful and benevolent eye of Boaz. The weight of the barley and wheat in Ruth's gleaning bag felt less like a burden and more like a tangible affirmation. Each handful of grain, painstakingly gathered, now felt amplified by Boaz's unexpected magnanimity. Naomi watched her daughter-in-law approach, her usual mask of weary resignation softened by a flicker of something akin to wonder. The dim light of their small dwelling, usually a canvas for shadows of worry, seemed to catch a new luminescence emanating from Ruth, a quiet radiance born of relief and a dawning hope. "Mother," Ruth began, her voice still carrying the echo of exertion but underscored with a newfound buoyancy, "I have found favor. The owner of the fields, Boaz, he has been most gracious." She spoke haltingly at first, the sheer magnitude of his kindness still settling upon her like a soft blanket. She recounted the encounter, the initial trepidation as Boaz's imposing figure appeared, the shock of his gentle inquiry, and then the overwhelming surge of emotion as he not only permitted her to glean but actively encouraged it, creating a safe space for her within his own workers. "He told me to glean with his young women, and when I was thirsty, to drink from their jars. And when it was time to leave, he commanded his reapers to add extra to my bag. More than I could have gathered myself." Naomi's hands, gnarled by years of toil and sorrow, reached out and clasped Ruth's. Her eyes, which had seen so much loss, now brimmed with tears, but these were not the bitter tears of grief. These were tears of profound, almost unbelievable, gratitude. "Blessed be he who has looked kindly upon you," she exclaimed, her voice choked with emotion. The words tumbled out, a torrent of pent-up prayer and thanksgiving. "The Lord has not withdrawn his steadfast love from us, neither in death nor in the famine. He has shown favor to you, Ruth, and has provided for our need." For Naomi, this was more than just a replenished larder, it was a sign. It was proof that the God of Israel, the God Ruth had so resolutely embraced, was indeed a God of covenant, a God who remembered his promises even when his people had strayed, a God who extended his mercy to the foreigner who sought refuge under his wings. The evening meal that followed was unlike any they had shared since their arrival in Bethlehem. The coarse bread, usually a symbol of their meager existence, now felt like a delicacy, its texture softened by the generous addition of Boaz's provided grain. The roasted barley, seasoned with a sprinkle of salt and a dash of the precious olive oil Naomi had managed to keep, was a feast. As they ate, a sense of peace descended upon them, a quiet contentment that had been absent for far too long. The gnawing anxiety that had been a constant companion, the silent fear of the next sunrise and the uncertainty it would bring, began to recede, replaced by a palpable sense of security. Naomi spoke of Elimelech, of their once prosperous life in Bethlehem, of the famine that had driven them away. But her narrative was no longer solely steeped in sorrow. She wove in tales of the community, of the laws that protected the vulnerable, and of the traditions that honored the stranger. Now, those traditions, embodied by Boaz's actions, felt not like distant ideals but like living, breathing realities. "You see, my child," Naomi said, her gaze fixed on Ruth with an intensity that spoke volumes, "the God of Israel is a God of justice and mercy. He does not abandon those who seek him. Elimelech, my husband, he was a good man, a respected man of Bethlehem. And Boaz, he is of his kin. It is right and good that he should show you kindness. It is the way of our people, the way of our law, to protect the widow and the orphan, and those who have shown such loyalty as you have shown to me." Ruth listened, absorbing Naomi's words like parched earth drinks in rain. She had come to Bethlehem seeking refuge, not just from physical hardship but from the crushing weight of her grief and the profound sense of displacement. She had pledged herself to Naomi, to her God, to her people, and in doing so, had placed her entire future into his hands. Boaz's intervention was a tangible manifestation of that divine care. He had seen her, not as a penniless foreigner from Moab, but as a woman of faith, a woman of integrity, a woman worthy of protection. He had recognized the depth of her commitment to Naomi, the sacrifice she had made in leaving her homeland and her people, and had responded not with grudging tolerance, but with active generosity. "He spoke of me," Ruth murmured, her voice barely above a whisper, still awestruck by the memory. "He spoke of how I left my father and mother, and my native land. He said that the Lord, the God of Israel, under whose wings I have come to take refuge, would repay me." The words themselves felt like a balm to her soul, an assurance that her journey, fraught with loss and uncertainty, had not been in vain. It was not just the material provision that Boaz had offered, but a spiritual affirmation. He had seen her faith, had acknowledged her choice to embrace the God of Israel, and had declared her to be under his divine protection. This realization was more precious than any grain. It was the assurance that she was no longer alone, adrift in a foreign land. She was under the shelter of the Almighty, and Boaz, a man of standing and righteousness, was an instrument of that divine protection. Naomi, sensing the profound impact of this, squeezed Ruth's hand. "And he will repay him, Ruth. The Lord is faithful, he blesses those who bless his people, and he favors those who show kindness to the humble and the stranger." The implications of Boaz's actions began to unfold in Naomi's mind. She had brought Ruth to Bethlehem with a heavy heart, her own future as bleak as the famine-stricken fields of Moab. She had seen Ruth's dedication, her unwavering devotion, and had felt a pang of guilt for bringing her into such hardship. But Boaz's intervention was a turning point. He was a kinsman, a man of wealth and influence, a man who, by the laws of Israel, had certain responsibilities towards the family of Elimelech, especially towards his widow and any surviving female relatives. While Naomi was no longer Elimelech's wife, Ruth, as Elimelech's daughter-in-law, held a connection to the lineage, a connection that Boaz, as a blood relative, could honor. "There are laws, my child," Naomi explained, her voice taking on a more thoughtful tone, "laws given by our God that ensure provision for those who are left without. The gleaning is one such law, meant for the poor and the stranger. But there is also the matter of the kinsman redeemer. When a man dies leaving no heir, it is the duty of his closest male relative to marry his widow and raise up a name for the deceased on his inheritance. It is a sacred duty, a way of ensuring that no family line is extinguished and that the widow is cared for." She paused, her eyes searching Ruth's. "Boaz is of Elimelech's line. He is a man of integrity. His kindness today is more than just charity, Ruth. It is a sign that perhaps, just perhaps, God is opening a door for us, a door to a future we had ceased to dream of." Ruth's heart fluttered at the implication. The concept of a kinsman redeemer was something she had heard whispered in the narratives of Israel, stories of protection and provision. Could it be that this man, Boaz, whose generosity had already touched her so deeply, might fulfill such a role? The thought was both exhilarating and terrifying. It meant a possibility of security, of belonging, of a future where she was not solely reliant on the meager sustenance she could glean. It meant a chance to honor her vow to Naomi not just in loyalty, but in finding a stable and respected place within the community. He spoke to me as if I belonged, Ruth reflected, her gaze drifting towards the window, where the first stars were beginning to prick the darkening sky. He did not speak down to me, or with disdain. He saw something in me. And he spoke of God's protection. That was the greatest comfort of all. Naomi nodded, her own eyes reflecting the starlight. Yes, child, and that is what matters most. For when God's protection is upon you, all other blessings follow. His favor is the truest wealth. Boaz's kindness is a gift, a generous gift, but it is God who moves the hearts of men. It is God who has turned our mourning into dancing, our despair into a glimmer of hope. The weight of the gleaning bag, which had felt significant earlier in the day, now seemed to represent something far more profound. It was a symbol of sustenance, yes, but also of acceptance, of divine favor, and of a future that was beginning to take shape. Ruth, the Moabite foreigner, the widow who had left all behind, was no longer just a gleaner in the fields. She was a woman under divine protection, a woman whose loyalty had been recognized, and a woman whose path, through the unexpected kindness of a righteous man, was leading her towards a hope that she had thought lost forever. The fields of Bethlehem, which had initially seemed so vast and intimidating, had become the ground upon which a new covenant of care was being laid, a testament to the enduring faithfulness of God and the transformative power of human compassion. This unexpected intervention by Boaz was not merely a provision for a single meal, but the first sturdy stone laid in the foundation of a future where hope, long absent, began to bloom once more. Chapter 3. The Queen's Gambit, Esther's Ascendancy. The opulence of Susa was a gilded cage, a stark and breathtaking departure from the quiet streets of her childhood in the Jewish quarter. Esther, her heart aflutter with a mixture of awe and trepidation, found herself enveloped in silks and perfumes that spoke of a world far removed from the humble life she had known. Raised by her devoted cousin, Mordecai, a man whose wisdom was as profound as his faith, she had grown accustomed to a simpler existence, one rich in tradition and the solace of family, however small. Now, thrust into the heart of the Persian Empire, she was a lamb amidst wolves, a single, untutored bloom in a garden of exotic, and potentially poisonous, flora. Her journey from Mordecai's protective embrace to the king's inner sanctum was a blur of bewildered sensations. She remembered the hushed urgency in Mordecai's voice as he explained the decree, the royal summons that had sent ripples of excitement and envy through the Jewish community. He had prepared her, not with lessons in courtly intrigue, but with reminders of her heritage, the strength of her people, and the unwavering presence of the one God who watched over them. "Remember, Esther," he had said, his eyes holding hers with an intensity that belied his aged frame, "your beauty is a gift, but your spirit is your shield. Let your actions be guided by wisdom and your heart by righteousness." The selection process itself was a bewildering spectacle. Young women, chosen from every corner of the vast empire, were brought to Susa, each vying for the king's attention, a singular prize that promised unimaginable wealth and influence. Esther, though undeniably beautiful, a fact that Mordecai had gently acknowledged and wisely cautioned her about, felt acutely out of her depth. The other maidens adorned themselves with jewels that glittered like captured stars, their laughter a brittle melody of ambition. They spoke of their provinces, their lineage, their supposed charms, their voices laced with a competitive edge that made Esther's stomach churn. Her own simple linen dress, clean and well maintained, felt like a beggar's shroud amidst their brocades and embroidered slippers. She was assigned a retinue of attendants, eunuchs whose impassive faces revealed nothing of their thoughts, and handmaidens who eyed her with a mixture of curiosity and suspicion. They spoke a language she barely understood, their gestures and expressions as alien as the spices that perfumed the air. They bathed her in oils that were thick and cloying, dressed her in gowns of improbable weight and shimmering fabric, and braided her dark hair with threads of gold. Each touch felt like a step further away from the woman she had been, a slow erasure of her former self. The harem itself was a city within a city, a labyrinth of courtyards, gardens, and gilded chambers. Intricate mosaics adorned the walls, depicting scenes of royal hunts and divine kings, their grandeur both magnificent and oppressive. Fountains whispered secrets in hidden alcoves, and the scent of jasmine and myrrh hung heavy in the air, a constant, soporific perfume. It was a place designed to enchant, to distract, and ultimately, to control. Esther's initial days were spent in a state of watchful silence. She observed the complex hierarchy, the subtle shifts in allegiance, the silent battles waged with a glance or a whispered word. The senior concubines, women who had already spent years within these walls, moved with a practiced grace, their eyes sharp and assessing. They were the established players in this intricate game, and Esther, the newcomer, the outsider, was keenly aware of their scrutiny. The preparations for her presentation to Hegai, the eunuch in charge of the concubines, were meticulous and, to Esther, deeply unsettling. She was subjected to a rigorous beauty regimen that lasted for a full year, as stipulated by the king's decree. Each day was a ritual of exfoliation, massage, and the application of various unguents and lotions designed to enhance her skin's radiance and suppleness. She was fed a diet rich in honey and nuts, intended to imbue her with a specific kind of delicate health. The process was not about nurturing beauty, Esther realized, but about refining and polishing it, like a sculptor chipping away at stone until only the desired form remained. She learned to navigate the complex social dynamics of the harem. The women, separated by province and rank, formed alliances and rivalries. Competition was fierce, not just for the king's favor, but for the smaller luxuries that made life within the gilded walls bearable. A richer perfume, a more comfortable chamber, a slightly larger portion of delicacies, these were the spoils of minor victories. Esther, with her quiet demeanor and apparent lack of ambition, was initially overlooked, a perceived advantage in this viper's nest. She saw how quickly a misplaced word, a perceived slight, could lead to ostracism or worse. One evening, as she sat in her chambers, the faint scent of night-blooming jasmine drifting in through the intricately carved latticework, she thought of Mordecai. He had taught her the Torah, the stories of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, the tales of courage and faith in the face of impossible odds. He had instilled in her a deep sense of self-worth that transcended outward appearances. Our true worth, Esther, he had once told her, his voice gentle but firm, lies not in what we possess, but in who we are, and in our unwavering devotion to the eternal. These words became her anchor in the swirling currents of the harem. She noticed Hegai, the master of the concubines, a man whose authority was absolute within the confines of the harem. He was a man of discerning taste, and his word was law. He moved among the women with an air of detached professionalism, appraising them like livestock, his gaze lingering on physical attributes with an unnerving intensity. Esther, despite her inner turmoil, held her head high, meeting his eyes with a quiet respect that seemed to intrigue him. She spoke only when spoken to, her answers brief and polite, avoiding any hint of the desperation that fueled so many of the other women. She overheard snippets of conversation, whispers of past favorites of the king, tales of their rise and fall. Some had vanished from the royal court as quickly as they had appeared, their dreams of power dissolving into the oppressive anonymity of the harem's outer reaches. Others had managed to secure a more permanent place, but at what cost? Esther saw the weariness in their eyes, the forced smiles, the subtle signs of emotional and spiritual erosion. It was a constant reminder that beauty was a fleeting currency, and that true security lay in something far more enduring. Her assigned chamber was sumptuously appointed, but it felt sterile, devoid of personal history. The rich carpets, the inlaid furniture, the silk hangings, they were all symbols of a life she had not chosen. She longed for the familiar worn texture of the prayer rug in Mordecai's small study, for the comforting scent of old parchment and aged wood. Here, even the silence seemed to hum with a manufactured quality, an absence of genuine life. The sheer number of women in the harem was staggering. Hundreds upon hundreds, each with her own story, her own hopes, her own fears. They were a microcosm of the empire, a dazzling array of colors, languages, and customs, all brought together under the capricious gaze of a single man. The air was thick with unspoken rivalries, with the constant jockeying for position, with the silent prayers for a royal summons. Esther, however, found solace in the small rituals Mordecai had taught her. In the quiet of her chamber, away from prying eyes, she would trace the Hebrew letters of the Shema, whispering the ancient words of devotion. She would recall the stories of the matriarchs, women of strength and resilience who had faced their own challenges with faith and courage. These memories, these sacred recitations, were her hidden treasures, a sanctuary for her soul in the midst of the glittering chaos. She observed the subtle art of manipulation, the ways in which some women curried favor with Hegai or the other eunuchs, offering gifts or services in exchange for preferential treatment. She saw how quickly goodwill could turn to animosity, how easily a whispered rumor could shatter a reputation. It was a world of shadows and illusions, where outward appearances were paramount, and true character was easily obscured. Despite the opulent surroundings, a persistent sense of isolation clung to Esther. She was a foreigner, a Jew, in a land of strangers. Her language, her customs, her faith, they set her apart. While the other women reveled in the luxurious baths and the elaborate banquets, Esther found herself yearning for the simple comfort of a shared meal with Mordecai, for the quiet discussions of scripture that had shaped her understanding of the world. Heggai's scrutiny was relentless. He would observe her during her daily preparations, his eyes missing nothing. He noted her composure, her lack of overt eagerness, her quiet dignity. While other women would contort themselves into exaggerated poses or engage in ostentatious displays of their supposed charms, Esther remained still, her movements graceful and natural. She offered him simple courtesies, her voice soft and melodious, but devoid of the saccharine flattery that characterized so many of the others. She understood that her selection was not a personal triumph, but a political calculation by the king's advisors. A beautiful foreign woman, lacking powerful family connections within the Persian court, would be less likely to pose a threat, more easily controlled. Yet, Mordecai's words echoed in her mind, "Your beauty is a gift, but your spirit is your shield." She would not allow her spirit to be diminished by this gilded prison. The anticipation of the king's summons was a palpable tension that permeated the harem. Days turned into weeks, weeks into months. Each rustle of silk, each footfall in the corridor, sent a ripple of excitement and anxiety through the chambers. The women spent hours perfecting their appearance, practicing their songs and dances, rehearsing witty remarks. Esther, meanwhile, continued her quiet routines, her prayers, her meditations. She focused on maintaining her inner peace, knowing that true preparedness extended far beyond the superficial. She overheard discussions about the king himself, his moods, his preferences, his legendary temper. He was a figure of immense power, a god on earth in the eyes of his people, and the thought of standing before him, of being judged by his gaze, was enough to make even the most confident woman tremble. Yet, Esther held on to the belief that she was not alone. That even in this distant, opulent court, the watchful eye of her God was upon her. The elaborate rituals of adornment were a constant reminder of the chasm between her former life and her present reality. She was being transformed, molded into an object of desire, a plaything for a king. The oils and perfumes, while fragrant, felt like a mask, a layer of artifice designed to conceal her true self. She found herself clinging to the memory of the crisp air of her homeland, the earthy scent of the soil, the comforting solidity of familiar things. One afternoon, a senior concubine, Vashti, who had recently fallen out of the king's favor, was spoken of in hushed tones. Her defiance, her refusal to appear before the king at his command, was a cautionary tale whispered throughout the harem. It was a stark reminder of the consequences of displeasing the monarch, a chilling illustration of the precariousness of their positions. Esther listened, her heart heavy, understanding that the path before her was fraught with peril, demanding not just beauty, but a profound inner strength. The gilded walls of the harem, she realized, were not merely a place of luxury, but a theater of power, where lives could be elevated or extinguished with the whim of a king. She was a pawn, but Mordecai had taught her that even pawns could, with wisdom and courage, change the course of the game. The opulence of Susa was a gilded cage, a stark and breathtaking departure from the quiet streets of her childhood in the Jewish quarter. Esther, her heart aflutter with a mixture of awe and trepidation, found herself enveloped in silks and perfumes that spoke of a world far removed from the humble life she had known. Raised by her devoted cousin, Mordecai, a man whose wisdom was as profound as his faith, she had grown accustomed to a simpler existence, one rich in tradition and the solace of family, however small. Now, thrust into the heart of the Persian Empire, she was a lamb amidst wolves, a single, untutored bloom in a garden of exotic, and potentially poisonous, flora. Her journey from Mordecai's protective embrace to the king's inner sanctum was a blur of bewildered sensations. She remembered the hushed urgency in Mordecai's voice as he explained the decree, the royal summons that had sent ripples of excitement and envy through the Jewish community. He had prepared her, not with lessons in courtly intrigue, but with reminders of her heritage, the strength of her people, and the unwavering presence of the one God who watched over them. "Remember, Esther," he had said, his eyes holding hers with an intensity that belied his aged frame, "your beauty is a gift, but your spirit is your shield. Let your actions be guided by wisdom and your heart by righteousness." The selection process itself was a bewildering spectacle. Young women, chosen from every corner of the vast empire, were brought to Susa, each vying for the king's attention, a singular prize that promised unimaginable wealth and influence. Esther, though undeniably beautiful, a fact that Mordecai had gently acknowledged and wisely cautioned her about, felt acutely out of her depth. The other maidens adorned themselves with jewels that glittered like captured stars, their laughter a brittle melody of ambition. They spoke of their provinces, their lineage, their supposed charms, their voices laced with a competitive edge that made Esther's stomach churn. Her own simple linen dress, clean and well maintained, felt like a beggar's shroud amidst their brocades and embroidered slippers. She was assigned a retinue of attendants, eunuchs whose impassive faces revealed nothing of their thoughts, and handmaidens who eyed her with a mixture of curiosity and suspicion. They spoke a language she barely understood, their gestures and expressions as alien as the spices that perfumed the air. They bathed her in oils that were thick and cloying, dressed her in gowns of improbable weight and shimmering fabric, and braided her dark hair with threads of gold. Each touch felt like a step further away from the woman she had been, a slow erasure of her former self. The harem itself was a city within a city, a labyrinth of courtyards, gardens, and gilded chambers. Intricate mosaics adorned the walls, depicting scenes of royal hunts and divine kings, their grandeur both magnificent and oppressive. Fountains whispered secrets in hidden alcoves, and the scent of jasmine and myrrh hung heavy in the air, a constant, soporific perfume. It was a place designed to enchant, to distract, and ultimately, to control. Esther's initial days were spent in a state of watchful silence. She observed the complex hierarchy, the subtle shifts in allegiance, the silent battles waged with a glance or a whispered word. The senior concubines, women who had already spent years within these walls, moved with a practiced grace, their eyes sharp and assessing. They were the established players in this intricate game, and Esther, the newcomer, the outsider, was keenly aware of their scrutiny. The preparations for her presentation to Haggai, the eunuch in charge of the concubines, were meticulous and, to Esther, deeply unsettling. She was subjected to a rigorous beauty regimen that lasted for a full year, as stipulated by the king's decree. Each day was a ritual of exfoliation, massage, and the application of various unguents and lotions designed to enhance her skin's radiance and suppleness. She was fed a diet rich in honey and nuts, intended to imbue her with a specific kind of delicate health. The process was not about nurturing beauty, Esther realized, but about refining and polishing it, like a sculptor chipping away at stone until only the desired form remained. She learned to navigate the complex social dynamics of the harem. The women, separated by province and rank, formed alliances and rivalries. Competition was fierce, not just for the king's favor, but for the smaller luxuries that made life within the gilded walls bearable. A richer perfume, a more comfortable chamber, a slightly larger portion of delicacies, these were the spoils of minor victories. Esther, with her quiet demeanor and apparent lack of ambition, was initially overlooked, a perceived advantage in this viper's nest. She saw how quickly a misplaced word, a perceived slight, could lead to ostracism or worse. One evening, as she sat in her chambers, the faint scent of night-blooming jasmine drifting in through the intricately carved latticework, she thought of Mordecai. He had taught her the Torah, the stories of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, the tales of courage and faith in the face of impossible odds. He had instilled in her a deep sense of self-worth that transcended outward appearances. Our true worth, Esther, he had once told her, his voice gentle but firm, lies not in what we possess, but in who we are, and in our unwavering devotion to the eternal. These words became her anchor in the swirling currents of the harem. She noticed Hegai, the master of the concubines, a man whose authority was absolute within the confines of the harem. He was a man of discerning taste, and his word was law. He moved among the women with an air of detached professionalism, appraising them like livestock, his gaze lingering on physical attributes with an unnerving intensity. Esther, despite her inner turmoil, held her head high, meeting his eyes with a quiet respect that seemed to intrigue him. She spoke only when spoken to, her answers brief and polite, avoiding any hint of the desperation that fueled so many of the other women. She overheard snippets of conversation, whispers of past favorites of the king, tales of their rise and fall. Some had vanished from the royal court as quickly as they had appeared, their dreams of power dissolving into the oppressive anonymity of the harem's outer reaches. Others had managed to secure a more permanent place, but at what cost? Esther saw the weariness in their eyes, the forced smiles, the subtle signs of emotional and spiritual erosion. It was a constant reminder that beauty was a fleeting currency, and that true security lay in something far more enduring. Her assigned chamber was sumptuously appointed, but it felt sterile, devoid of personal history. The rich carpets, the inlaid furniture, the silk hangings, they were all symbols of a life she had not chosen. She longed for the familiar worn texture of the prayer rug in Mordecai's small study, for the comforting scent of old parchment and aged wood. Here, even the silence seemed to hum with a manufactured quality, an absence of genuine life. The sheer number of women in the harem was staggering. Hundreds upon hundreds, each with her own story, her own hopes, her own fears. They were a microcosm of the empire, a dazzling array of colors, languages, and customs, all brought together under the capricious gaze of a single man. The air was thick with unspoken rivalries, with the constant jockeying for position, with the silent prayers for a royal summons. Esther, however, found solace in the small rituals Mordecai had taught her. In the quiet of her chamber, away from prying eyes, she would trace the Hebrew letters of the Shema, whispering the ancient words of devotion. She would recall the stories of the matriarchs, women of strength and resilience who had faced their own challenges with faith and courage. These memories, these sacred recitations, were her hidden treasures, a sanctuary for her soul in the midst of the glittering chaos. She observed the subtle art of manipulation, the ways in which some women curried favor with Hegai or the other eunuchs, offering gifts or services in exchange for preferential treatment. She saw how quickly goodwill could turn to animosity, how easily a whispered rumor could shatter a reputation. It was a world of shadows and illusions, where outward appearances were paramount, and true character was easily obscured. Despite the opulent surroundings, a persistent sense of isolation clung to Esther. She was a foreigner, a Jew, in a land of strangers. Her language, her customs, her faith, they set her apart. While the other women reveled in the luxurious baths and the elaborate banquets, Esther found herself yearning for the simple comfort of a shared meal with Mordecai, for the quiet discussions of scripture that had shaped her understanding of the world. Heggai's scrutiny was relentless. He would observe her during her daily preparations, his eyes missing nothing. He noted her composure, her lack of overt eagerness, her quiet dignity. While other women would contort themselves into exaggerated poses or engage in ostentatious displays of their supposed charms, Esther remained still, her movements graceful and natural. She offered him simple courtesies, her voice soft and melodious, but devoid of the saccharine flattery that characterized so many of the others. She understood that her selection was not a personal triumph, but a political calculation by the king's advisors. A beautiful foreign woman, lacking powerful family connections within the Persian court, would be less likely to pose a threat, more easily controlled. Yet, Mordecai's words echoed in her mind, "Your beauty is a gift, but your spirit is your shield." She would not allow her spirit to be diminished by this gilded prison. The anticipation of the king's summons was a palpable tension that permeated the harem. Days turned into weeks, weeks into months. Each rustle of silk, each footfall in the corridor, sent a ripple of excitement and anxiety through the chambers. The women spent hours perfecting their appearance, practicing their songs and dances, rehearsing witty remarks. Esther, meanwhile, continued her quiet routines, her prayers, her meditations. She focused on maintaining her inner peace, knowing that true preparedness extended far beyond the superficial. She overheard discussions about the king himself, his moods, his preferences, his legendary temper. He was a figure of immense power, a god on earth in the eyes of his people, and the thought of standing before him, of being judged by his gaze, was enough to make even the most confident woman tremble. Yet, Esther held on to the belief that she was not alone. That even in this distant, opulent court, the watchful eye of her God was upon her. The elaborate rituals of adornment were a constant reminder of the chasm between her former life and her present reality. She was being transformed, molded into an object of desire, a plaything for a king. The oils and perfumes, while fragrant, felt like a mask, a layer of artifice designed to conceal her true self. She found herself clinging to the memory of the crisp air of her homeland, the earthy scent of the soil, the comforting solidity of familiar things. One afternoon, a senior concubine, Vashti, who had recently fallen out of the king's favor, was spoken of in hushed tones. Her defiance, her refusal to appear before the king at his command, was a cautionary tale whispered throughout the harem. It was a stark reminder of the consequences of displeasing the monarch, a chilling illustration of the precariousness of their positions. Esther listened, her heart heavy, understanding that the path before her was fraught with peril, demanding not just beauty, but a profound inner strength. The gilded walls of the harem, she realized, were not merely a place of luxury, but a theater of power, where lives could be elevated or extinguished with the whim of a king. She was a pawn, but Mordecai had taught her that even pawns could, with wisdom and courage, change the course of the game. From his vantage point outside the palace walls, Mordecai's vigilance was a silent, unyielding force. He was a man intricately woven into the fabric of the Persian court, his loyalty to King Ahasuerus a well-established fact. He had served diligently, his keen intellect and unwavering integrity earning him a measure of trust, a position from which he could observe, and in subtle ways, influence. But now, that trust was a double-edged sword, a necessary shield that obscured a truth far more profound and dangerous. His niece, the beautiful Hadassah, now known as Esther, was within the king's inner sanctum, a fact that gnawed at his soul with a persistent anxiety. He had entrusted her to the king's care, a necessary evil in their desperate hope to safeguard their people, but the memory of their parting, the stern injunctions he had laid upon her, remained etched in his mind. "Esther, my child," he had implored, his voice barely a whisper against the clamor of the city, "you must not reveal your people or your kindred, for Mordecai your uncle has commanded you not to tell." This was not a suggestion, it was a matter of survival. The Persian court was a viper's nest, a place where ambition festered and secrets were currency. Enemies of the Jewish people lurked in the shadows, their animosity a constant, loathsome that Mordecai could feel in his very bones. He knew, with a certainty born of experience, that if Esther's heritage were to be discovered prematurely, she would become a target, a pawn in their insidious games. Her beauty, her captivating presence, could easily be twisted into a weapon against her, her very existence a cause for their venomous whispers. He had seen too many rise and fall in this treacherous environment, their fortunes shattered by a misplaced word, a forgotten allegiance, or the mere fact of their foreignness. Mordecai's strategy was one of patient observation and calculated action. He frequented the king's gate, the bustling heart of the palace's daily life, not merely as a dutiful servant, but as an ever-watchful guardian. He listened to the hushed conversations, the boasts of courtiers, the subtle shifts in political winds. He sought out any information that might pertain to Esther, any hint that might reveal the mood of the king or the machinations of those who sought favor. His position allowed him access to news from the farthest reaches of the empire, and he strained to glean any intelligence that might indirectly touch upon his beloved niece. He was a fisherman casting his net wide, hoping to catch even the smallest tremor that might indicate a danger to her. He understood the delicate dance he was forced to perform. He had to maintain his reputation as a loyal subject, a man of integrity and diligence. Any deviation, any sign of overzealous concern for one of the king's concubines, would raise suspicion. The eunuchs who oversaw the harem, men of immense power and intricate knowledge of the palace's inner workings, were particularly to be wary of. Their loyalties were to the king, and their vigilance was absolute. A careless word from Mordecai, a too eager question, could expose Esther to a scrutiny that neither of them could afford. Therefore, his inquiries were indirect, veiled in the guise of general interest in the king's affairs. He would speak with other officials, his questions framed around matters of state, but his inner ear was always tuned to any whisper that might concern the women chosen for the king's pleasure. He learned to interpret the subtle cues, a raised eyebrow, a dismissive wave, a knowing smirk, that spoke volumes to those who understood the court's language. He was a master of deduction, piecing together fragments of information like a mosaic artist, each tiny shard contributing to a larger, more coherent picture of Esther's safety and standing. The burden of this secrecy weighed heavily on Mordecai. There were moments, in the quiet of his solitary study, when the urge to intervene directly, to speak with Esther, to offer her the comfort of his presence, was almost unbearable. He would recall her innocent face, her bright eyes filled with a mixture of apprehension and hope, and his heart ached with a fierce protectiveness. He had sent her into the lion's den, a sacrifice he had deemed necessary for the preservation of their people, and now he was bound to watch from afar, his hands tied by the very necessity of her disguise. He also understood the unique challenges Esther faced. She was not merely a beautiful face among many, she was a woman of faith, a descendant of Abraham, a bearer of a heritage that was both sacred and, in the eyes of many in Susa, an object of suspicion. He had instilled in her the importance of her identity, the strength that came from her lineage and her unwavering connection to the one God. But in the superficial world of the harem, where outward appearances dictated status and favor, her true self was a hidden treasure, one that needed to be protected with the utmost care. He prayed daily for her wisdom, for her courage, and for a divine shield to guard her spirit from the corrupting influences of the court. Mordecai's influence was subtle, yet far-reaching. He used his position to ensure that Esther's needs were met, albeit indirectly. Through careful conversations with those who had access to the harem's provisions, he would subtly steer resources her way, a particularly fine weave of linen, a more nourishing blend of spices for her meals, a request for a slightly more secluded wing of the women's quarters, framed as a matter of ensuring peace and quiet for a promising candidate. These were small gestures, easily overlooked, but they were born of a deep understanding of the harem's dynamics and a meticulous planning that aimed to provide Esther with the greatest possible comfort and safety. He also kept a keen eye on the political currents that flowed through the palace. He was aware of the growing power of certain figures, the rivalries and alliances that shaped the king's court. He recognized that Esther's fate was inextricably linked to these larger political machinations. Should a power struggle erupt, or should a faction seek to undermine the king's favor, any of the king's wives or concubines could become an easy target. His constant monitoring of the court's affairs was a form of preemptive defense, an effort to anticipate threats before they materialized and to position himself to mitigate any potential danger to Esther. He would often find himself in quiet contemplation, his gaze fixed on the distant walls of the royal palace, imagining Esther within. He pictured her navigating the labyrinthine corridors, her heart a mixture of fear and determination. He felt the weight of his responsibility keenly, a responsibility that extended beyond the simple act of adopting her and raising her. He was now her protector in a world that was far more dangerous than anything she had known. His strategic mind, honed by years of navigating the complexities of Jewish community life under foreign rule, was now focused entirely on her preservation. The elders of the Jewish community, those few who were aware of Esther's presence in the palace, looked to Mordecai for reassurance and guidance. They understood the precariousness of her situation and the immense risk involved in her concealment. They would seek him out, their faces etched with worry, and he would speak to them with a calm assurance that belied the turmoil in his heart. He would remind them of the resilience of their people, of the divine protection that had always watched over them, and of the strategic importance of Esther's current position, however fraught with peril. He became their beacon of hope, their silent strategist working behind the scenes to safeguard their future. Mordecai understood that Esther's true strength lay not just in her physical beauty, but in the deep wellspring of her faith and the lessons he had imparted to her. He had taught her the importance of discretion, of humility, and of unwavering devotion to God. These were not mere platitudes, they were survival skills in the treacherous world of the Persian court. He trusted that she would remember his words, that she would draw upon the inner fortitude he had helped her cultivate. His constant prayer was that she would not be tempted by the fleeting allure of power or corrupted by the decadence of the court, but would remain true to herself and to the God of her ancestors. His vigilance extended to watching for any signs of unrest or discontent among the common people, for any whispers of dissent that might coalesce into open rebellion or political upheaval. Such events, he knew, often created opportunities for those who harbored ill will towards particular groups, and his people, the Jews, were always susceptible to becoming scapegoats. He had to be aware of the broader political climate to ensure that Esther's secret, and by extension, the safety of the entire Jewish community in Susa, remained uncompromised. This multifaceted approach, encompassing vigilance over Esther, awareness of court politics, and a keen understanding of the social and religious tensions of the empire, was the essence of Mordecai's clandestine guardianship. He was the unseen hand, the silent protector, working tirelessly to keep his niece, and his people, safe from the shadows that threatened to engulf them. The final months of Esther's year-long preparation were a crescendo of refined anticipation. The rigorous regimen, once a source of anxiety, had become a familiar rhythm, a steady march towards an unknown destiny. She had learned to wear the silks and jewels with a newfound grace, her movements no longer hesitant but fluid, a testament to the constant, subtle instruction she had received. Yet, beneath the polished veneer, the core of Hadassah remained, a quiet strength nurtured by Mordecai's teachings and her unwavering faith. She had observed the other women, their desperate attempts to capture the king's attention, their manufactured smiles and rehearsed laughter. Esther, however, had cultivated a different approach, one rooted in a genuine stillness, a self-possession that set her apart. She offered polite responses when addressed, her gaze direct and honest, never veering into the sycophantic flattery that so many of her companions employed. This quiet dignity, rather than any ostentatious display, began to draw the attention of Hegai. He, a man accustomed to outward show and grasping ambition, found himself intrigued by her understated presence. He observed her not just for the curve of her cheek or the gloss of her hair, but for the quiet confidence that seemed to emanate from her, a subtle aura that resisted the pervasive anxiety of the harem. He had seen countless women break under the pressure, their spirits wilting like plucked flowers. Esther, however, seemed to draw strength from the very intensity of her surroundings. The day of her presentation to King Ahasuerus dawned not with the usual clamor of the harem, but with a profound hush, as if the very air held its breath. Esther, dressed in a gown of shimmering gold, her dark hair adorned with pearls that seemed to mimic the quiet depth of her eyes, was led through the silent corridors. The attendants who escorted her moved with an almost reverential solemnity, as if escorting not just a concubine, but a sacred offering. Each step felt deliberate, each breath a conscious act of faith. She remembered Mordecai's final words, spoken with a gravity that had settled deep within her soul. Remember who you are, Esther. Remember your people, your heritage, and the one who has placed you here. Let your truth be your guide, and your fear be cast aside. As she entered the throne room, the sheer scale of it stole her breath. It was a hall of staggering grandeur, adorned with intricate carvings and rich tapestries that depicted the mighty deeds of the Persian kings. Sunlight streamed through high, arched windows, illuminating motes of dust that danced in the opulent air. And there, upon a throne of gold and ivory, sat Ahasuerus, the King of Kings. He was a man of imposing presence, his gaze sharp and appraising, the weight of an empire resting upon his broad shoulders. He had seen thousands of faces, admired countless forms of beauty, yet as Esther approached, a flicker of something unreadable crossed his features. It was not the immediate, consuming passion he had sometimes felt, but a subtle, burgeoning curiosity. Esther performed the customary obeisance, her movements graceful and unhurried. She did not rush to speak, nor did she offer a pleading gaze. Instead, she waited, her head slightly bowed, her presence a quiet assertion rather than a desperate plea. When she finally looked up, her eyes met the king's, and in that exchange, something shifted. He saw not just the exquisite features that had been so meticulously prepared, but a depth, a quiet intelligence, and a spirit that seemed to hold a world of unspoken stories. The other women had offered him their allure, their practiced seductiveness. Esther, in her stillness, offered him a different kind of enchantment, an invitation to look beyond the surface, to discover what lay beneath. "What is your name?" Ahasuerus's voice, deep and resonant, broke the silence. "Esther, my lord," she replied, her voice clear and melodious, carrying a faint, unfamiliar accent that only added to her allure. She spoke with a respect born of her upbringing, yet without the abject servility that many others displayed. The king observed her, his initial curiosity deepening into a more pronounced interest. He had grown weary of the constant vying for his attention, the predictable displays of affection. Esther's quiet reserve, her composed demeanor, was a refreshing anomaly. He noted the subtle way she held herself, the innate elegance that no amount of training could fully replicate. He asked her about her homeland, her family, and Esther, guided by Mordecai's wisdom and her own innate caution, responded with carefully chosen words. She spoke of the beauty of her land, of the traditions that had shaped her, but she remained steadfast in her adherence to Mordecai's decree, revealing nothing of her Jewish heritage or her true lineage. She painted a picture of a woman who valued her roots, who carried a sense of belonging, but who also possessed an independent spirit. As the evening progressed, the king found himself increasingly drawn to her. He spoke of his vast empire, of his triumphs and his frustrations, and Esther listened with an attentiveness that made him feel truly heard. She did not interrupt with facile pronouncements or eager advice. Instead, she offered quiet affirmations, her eyes conveying understanding and a gentle wisdom. It was a stark contrast to the often superficial conversations he endured with other members of his court. He realized, with a growing sense of wonder, that Esther possessed not just beauty, but a rare and captivating intelligence. She could engage him on a level that few others could, her insights, though subtly offered, revealing a depth of thought that surprised him. He found himself watching the way she moved, the natural grace with which she accepted the delicate fruits and wines offered to her. She ate and drank with a mindful appreciation, never indulging to excess, always maintaining an air of refined composure. Her hands, delicate and well-formed, moved with an unhurried elegance. He observed the way the candlelight played upon her features, highlighting the subtle curve of her lips, the gentle rise and fall of her chest. But it was the quiet strength in her gaze, the profound sense of inner peace that seemed to surround her, that truly captivated him. He had encountered women who were beautiful, women who were witty, women who were ambitious, but he had never encountered a woman who radiated such a potent blend of grace, intelligence, and quiet fortitude. He dismissed the other attendants, wishing for a private audience with this extraordinary woman. As they spoke, alone in the quiet intimacy of the king's chambers, Ahasuerus felt a connection he had not experienced in years. Esther's responses were thoughtful, her observations insightful. She spoke of the stars, of the seasons, of the simple beauty of nature, her words painting vivid images that resonated with him. She did not seek to flatter him, nor did she shy away from answering his questions directly, though she always remained discreet about her personal history. It was as if she offered him a glimpse into a tranquil oasis, a respite from the demands and machinations of his royal life. The king found himself leaning closer, eager to absorb every word. He asked her about her beliefs, her understanding of life, and Esther, drawing upon the bedrock of her faith, spoke of the importance of kindness, of justice, and of seeking wisdom. She did not preach or impose her views, but rather shared her perspective with a gentle sincerity. She spoke of the interconnectedness of all things, of the importance of gratitude, and of finding beauty in unexpected places. Her words, though simple, carried a profound resonance, touching a part of his soul that had long lain dormant. He realized that he was not merely conversing with a beautiful woman, he was engaging with a kindred spirit, someone who saw the world with a clarity and depth that was both refreshing and profound. As the hours passed, Ahasuerus found himself increasingly captivated. He had summoned Esther with the detached curiosity of a collector admiring a new acquisition. He found himself now holding the attention of a woman who possessed a wisdom that belied her youth, a grace that was both natural and profound, and a spirit that seemed to glow from within. He had expected to be entertained, perhaps even impressed by her beauty. He had not expected to be so deeply moved, so genuinely intrigued. He realized that Esther was more than just a candidate for queen, she was a revelation. He bestowed upon her gifts, not out of mere obligation, but out of a genuine desire to honor her. He assigned her attendance, not with the usual brusqueness, but with a marked deference. He made it clear, through his actions and his words, that Esther had already distinguished herself, not through calculated effort, but through the sheer force of her innate character. The whispers that had circulated throughout the harem, the envious glances and the muttered speculations, now began to shift. A new narrative was taking shape, one that spoke of a quiet stranger who had, in a single evening, captured the attention of the king in a way no one had before. Esther, as she was escorted back to her chambers, felt a strange mixture of relief and trepidation. She had passed a crucial test, one that had seemed insurmountable. The king's favor was a tangible thing, a warmth that lingered in the air, a subtle shift in the demeanor of those around her. Yet, she knew this was only the beginning. The path ahead was still shrouded in uncertainty, and the secret of her identity remained a heavy burden. She offered a silent prayer of gratitude to the Almighty, acknowledging His hand in the unfolding events. She knew that her success was not merely a result of her own efforts, but of a divine orchestration, a plan far grander than she could comprehend. The king, meanwhile, found himself preoccupied with thoughts of Esther. He recalled her quiet dignity, the intelligent sparkle in her eyes, the gentle cadence of her voice. He found himself comparing her to all the other women he had encountered, and none measured up. Her beauty was undeniable, but it was the substance beneath the surface that truly held his attention. He found himself anticipating their next meeting, a feeling he had not experienced with such eagerness in a long time. He ordered that Esther be given special privileges within the harem, an indication of her elevated status and a subtle warning to any who might underestimate her. This favor did not go unnoticed by the other women. Some regarded it with renewed envy, while others, witnessing Esther's quiet grace in accepting these distinctions, began to feel a grudging respect. They saw that her rise was not marked by the usual displays of arrogance or triumph, but by a continued, unwavering composure. The king's favor was a potent force within the gilded confines of Susa. It was a shield, a promise, and a source of immense power. For Esther, it was a testament to the fact that true worth lay not in outward adornment or desperate seeking, but in the quiet strength of character and the unshakable foundation of faith. She had entered the king's presence as a hopeful candidate, she left it with the nascent glow of royal favor, a profound shift that hinted at a destiny far exceeding her wildest dreams. The subtle currents of the court, which had once seemed so overwhelming, now began to turn in her direction, propelled by the king's unmistakable admiration. The journey had been arduous, the preparations painstaking, but in the quiet gaze of Ahasuerus, Esther had found not just acceptance, but a spark of profound interest that promised to reshape her future, and perhaps, the future of her people. The divine hand, unseen but ever present, had begun to weave its intricate design, elevating a humble Jewish girl to a position of unprecedented influence, a gambit of fate that had only just begun to unfold. The king's favor, once a tentative ember, now blazed with a confident warmth around Esther. Her days in the palace were a delicate dance between the quiet fulfillment of her new role and the ever-present awareness of the precariousness of her position. She moved through the opulent halls with a newfound poise, her conversations with Ahasuerus growing more frequent and more intimate. The king, increasingly captivated by her serene beauty and her quiet wisdom, found himself confiding in her, sharing the burdens and the triumphs of his vast dominion. Esther listened with an attentive ear, her responses always measured, her counsel insightful, though always framed with the deference due to her station. She never forgot Mordecai's admonitions, the careful balance she had to maintain between gaining the king's affection and safeguarding the secret of her heritage. The king, blinded by his growing infatuation, saw only the outward radiance of Esther, attributing her calm demeanor to the inherent grace of her nature, never suspecting the deep wellspring of strength and conviction that lay beneath. He showered her with gifts, tokens of his affection that spoke of his deepening regard, and Esther received them with a gratitude that was genuine, yet tempered by a profound understanding of the delicate threads that bound her fate. Meanwhile, in the bustling heart of Susa, a different kind of power was ascendant. Haman, the son of Hammedatha the Agagite, was a man consumed by an insatiable thirst for recognition and an ego as vast as the empire itself. His recent elevation to the king's chief minister, a position of almost unchecked authority, had inflated his already considerable pride to monstrous proportions. He reveled in the deference of courtiers, the bowed heads and the hushed whispers that followed his every step. The king, in his magnanimity, had granted Haman a rank and influence that placed him second only to the throne, and Haman, with a chilling efficiency, began to wield this power with an iron fist. His pronouncements were law, his favor sought, and his displeasure a terrifying prospect for any who dared to cross him. He saw himself as the embodiment of Persian might, the architect of its destiny, and the empire, it seemed, bowed before him. Yet, within this towering edifice of self-importance, a corrosive bitterness festered. Mordecai, the unassuming Jew who sat at the king's gate, remained an infuriating, inexplicable obstacle. Every day, as Haman, adorned in the king's own regalia, swept through the palace courtyards and the city streets, he expected the customary obeisance. He saw men from every corner of the empire, men of every creed and station, bend their knee, avert their gaze, and offer the signs of submission that were their due. But Mordecai, steadfast and unyielding, remained seated. His posture was not one of defiance, but of quiet integrity, a silent testament to a loyalty that transcended mortal decree. He paid homage to a higher king, a truth Haman could neither comprehend nor tolerate. The sight of Mordecai's unwavering refusal to bow gnawed at Haman like a venomous serpent. It was a public affront, a blatant disregard for the king's authority, and Haman perceived it as a personal insult of the gravest magnitude. His temples would throb with suppressed rage, his hands clenching into fists as he passed the defiant Jew. He would watch as others bowed, their movements rehearsed and servile, and then his gaze would fall upon Mordecai, impassive and resolute, and the contrast would ignite a burning fury within him. He tried to rationalize it, to dismiss it as the eccentricity of a single stubborn old man, but the persistent, daily reminder of this silent protest chipped away at his authority, eroding the absolute dominion he craved. "Who is this man?" Haman demanded of his servants, his voice tight with frustration, as he observed Mordecai from a distance. "What is his lineage that he dares to defy the king's command? Does he not know who I am? Does he not see the very seal of Ahasuerus upon my finger?" His servants, eager to curry favor, offered explanations, their words laced with the same prejudice that fueled Haman's anger. "He is a Jew, my lord," one ventured, his voice hushed. "They are a peculiar people, stubborn and proud. They worship their own God and hold little regard for the customs of other nations." A Jew, Haman spat the word like a curse. The notion of a people so foreign, so seemingly insignificant, daring to stand apart from the established order was anathema to his worldview. He had built his power on the subjugation of diverse peoples, on their assimilation into the grand tapestry of the Persian Empire. The Jews, with their unwavering adherence to their own laws and their distinct identity, were an anomaly, a perceived threat to the uniformity he sought to impose. The mere existence of Mordecai, a living embodiment of their separate identity, was a constant irritation. Haman's rage, thus stoked, began to morph into something far more sinister. It was no longer just about Mordecai's refusal to bow, it was about the entire race he represented. The whispers of his servants, the ingrained anti-Semitism of the era, and his own inflated sense of power coalesced into a terrifying vision. He saw the Jews not as individuals, but as a collective malignancy, a foreign body within the empire that needed to be purged. His ambition, once focused on personal aggrandizement, began to broaden into a genocidal fantasy. One evening, after another particularly galling encounter with Mordecai's silent defiance, Haman returned to his opulent home, his mind a cauldron of seething resentment. He summoned his wife, Zeresh, and his closest advisors, men who shared his prejudices and his lust for power. The air in the lavish chambers was thick with the scent of exotic perfumes and the unspoken undercurrent of malevolence. "I cannot bear it any longer," Haman declared, pacing the floor like a caged lion. "This Mordecai, this insignificant Jew, mocks me daily. He defies my authority, and through him, he defies the king himself. The entire empire kneels before me, yet he sits there, an insolent statue of rebellion." His wife, Zeresh, a woman as cunning and ambitious as her husband, draped herself across a richly upholstered couch, her eyes gleaming with a dark understanding. "My lord," she began, her voice a silken caress, "your anger is righteous. This man's insolence is a stain upon your honor, and upon the king's decree. But Mordecai is merely a symptom. The disease runs deeper." Haman stopped, his eyes locking with hers. "Disease? What do you mean, woman?" Zeresh smiled, a slow, predatory widening of her lips. "These Jews, my lord. They are scattered throughout the provinces, clinging to their strange customs, their separate laws. They do not assimilate. They do not truly belong. They are a constant reminder that the king's writ does not run unopposed everywhere." Haman's mind, already predisposed to such dark thoughts, latched onto her words. He had seen their distinctiveness, their adherence to their own traditions. He had dismissed it as mere peculiarity, but now, through Zeresh's venomous lens, it appeared as a deliberate act of separatism, a threat to the unified empire he envisioned. But how can one man's defiance lead to the eradication of a people? Haman mused, his voice taking on a chilling, speculative tone. "It does not have to be so," Zeresh purred, leaning forward. "Mordecai is but one man. But if the king were to decree the destruction of all Jews, throughout his vast empire. Imagine the power, imagine the fear, and imagine the spoils, my lord. The king often grants the possessions of those condemned to death to the one who brings the accusation." The word, spoils, glittered in Haman's eyes, a potent lure that overshadowed any lingering reservations. He envisioned not just the obliteration of a people, but the acquisition of immense wealth, a further cementing of his already considerable power and status. The idea, once conceived, began to consume him. It was a plan of unparalleled wickedness, a plot to unleash a wave of terror and annihilation across an empire, all because one man refused to bow. "The king has shown me great favor," Haman declared, his voice now ringing with a chilling resolve. "He has elevated me above all others. Surely, he will listen to my counsel. I will make him see the perceived threat these Jews pose. I will paint them as a dangerous element, a thorn in the side of his glorious reign." The following days were a whirlwind of calculated intrigue. Haman, leveraging his position and his newfound authority, began to orchestrate his wicked scheme. He met with scribes, with messengers, with men who understood the intricate workings of the empire's vast bureaucracy. He commissioned scrolls, emblazoned with the royal seal, to be drafted and dispatched to every corner of the known world. He sought out Ahasuerus, finding him in a relaxed mood, perhaps discussing state affairs or enjoying the king's extensive gardens. Haman, with his practiced sycophancy, approached the king with an air of grave concern, his brow furrowed with a feigned anxiety that spoke of matters of utmost national importance. "My lord, King Ahasuerus," Haman began, his voice imbued with an earnestness that was both convincing and utterly false. "I come to you today with a matter that has weighed heavily upon my heart, a matter that concerns the very stability and security of your glorious empire." The king, accustomed to Haman's pronouncements and generally pleased with his minister's perceived diligence, inclined his head. "Speak, Haman, what troubles you so?" Haman took a deep breath, preparing to unleash his venom. "Your Majesty," he continued, his gaze fixed on the king, "throughout your vast dominion, there exists a peculiar people, a nation scattered among all your provinces, whose laws and customs are different from those of all other peoples. They do not obey the king's laws, and therefore it is not fitting for the king to tolerate them. He paused, allowing the seed of suspicion to take root. He chose his words with meticulous care, avoiding any direct mention of Mordecai or his personal grievance, presenting his proposal as a matter of state security and imperial unity. He appealed to the king's vanity, to his desire for order and control, and to his ingrained biases against foreign peoples. If it pleases the king, Haman went on, his voice dropping to a confidential whisper, let a decree be issued for their destruction. Let all who are Jews, young and old, women and children, be annihilated on a single day. And let their possessions be confiscated, to be added to the royal treasury, a testament to the king's unwavering authority and the purging of those who would defy him. He presented it as a benevolent act, a necessary cleansing for the good of the empire. He painted a picture of a seditious element, a people who plotted against the king in secret, whose very existence was a threat to the peace and prosperity of the realm. He knew that the king, often impulsive and easily swayed by grand pronouncements, would be receptive to such a seemingly decisive solution to a vaguely defined problem. He appealed to the king's desire for absolute control, for a kingdom where every subject bowed to his will. Ahasuerus listened, his brow furrowed. He had never been presented with such a sweeping proposal before. The sheer scale of it was staggering. He thought of the diverse peoples within his empire, the myriad of cultures and traditions that made up its rich tapestry. But Haman's words, laced with the insidious suggestion of disloyalty and rebellion, found fertile ground in the king's mind. He had always prided himself on the order and stability of his reign, and the idea of a group within his empire that actively resisted his laws was deeply unsettling. The promise of confiscated wealth was also a significant incentive, appealing to the king's often extravagant spending habits. And what would be the benefit to the kingdom, Haman, if such a decree were issued? Ahasuerus inquired, his voice laced with the allure of gain. Haman's smile was barely perceptible. The benefit, Your Majesty, is immense. Not only would you remove a troublesome element from your realm, ensuring the absolute obedience of your subjects, but the confiscation of their wealth would significantly bolster your treasury. It is a measure that would bring both security and prosperity to your empire. The king considered this. He looked at Haman, his trusted advisor, the man who had proven himself capable and decisive in matters of state. Haman's arguments, though presented with a carefully constructed veneer of logic, were designed to exploit the king's prejudices and his inherent desire for undisputed authority. The king, blinded by Haman's manipulation and his own burgeoning infatuation with Esther, failed to see the true nature of the proposal, the horrific injustice it represented. He saw only the promise of a more unified and prosperous empire, a testament to his own power. Very well, Ahasuerus declared, his voice echoing with the finality of a royal decree. He reached for the ring on his finger, the symbol of his absolute authority. Your proposal has merit. Let it be done according to your word. You may send forth the king's scribes and seal the decree. Let the Jews be annihilated, and their possessions be confiscated. A wave of exultation washed over Haman. His face, which had been etched with feigned concern, now broke into a triumphant, almost manic grin. He bowed deeply, his heart pounding with a savage delight. He had done it. He had secured the king's consent for a plan of destruction so vast, so horrific, that it would forever etch his name into the annals of infamy. The decree, bearing the king's seal, was to be sent to every corner of the empire, ordering the annihilation of an entire people. Haman, now empowered by the king's assent, felt a heady sense of omnipotence. He imagined the fear, the chaos, the widespread mourning that would soon engulf the Jewish communities. He relished the thought of Mordecai's final moments, of seeing his defiance crumble into dust as his entire people were wiped from the face of the earth. The wicked plot, born of arrogance and nurtured by hate, was set in motion, its deadly tendrils already reaching out across the vast Persian Empire, weaving a tapestry of impending doom. The fate of an entire nation now hung precariously in the balance, threatened by the insatiable ambition and the profound wickedness of one man. The chilling news arrived not with the clang of trumpets or the fanfare of royal heralds, but with the hushed whispers of terrified servants and the frantic scribbling of scribes. Mordecai, his weathered face etched with lines of worry that had deepened considerably in recent years, heard the murmurs first. They snaked through the courtyards, a poisonous undercurrent beneath the usual bustle of Susa. Then came the tangible evidence. Scrolls, sealed with the king's own signet, bearing the royal cipher and the dire pronouncement of a date set for annihilation. The decree, Haman's wicked masterpiece, was unleashed. Mordecai's heart, usually a steady drumbeat of faith and resilience, lurched with a sickening dread. He seized a passing runner, his grip firm on the young man's tunic. "What is this decree? What news do these seals carry?" he demanded, his voice rough with urgency. The runner, his eyes wide with fear, stammered, "It is a decree from the king, Mordecai. A decree of extermination against the Jews." The words struck Mordecai with the force of a physical blow. Extermination, annihilation. The ancient hatreds, the latent prejudices he had always sensed simmering beneath the surface of the empire, had finally coalesced into a monstrous, official pronouncement. He saw it all then, Haman's venomous plot unspooling with horrifying clarity. The king, deceived, manipulated, his judgment clouded by ambition and a lust for power, had sanctioned the slaughter of an entire people. In his despair, Mordecai tore his clothes, donned sackcloth, and covered himself with ashes, the traditional outward signs of profound mourning and repentance. He walked through the city, not with the proud, stoic bearing he usually displayed, but with a brokenness that was palpable. His cries and lamentations echoed through the streets, a raw, visceral expression of a grief that threatened to consume him. He did not weep for himself, but for his people, for the innocent men, women, and children who were now marked for death, their lives deemed worthless by the whim of a king and the malice of a minister. He made his way to the king's gate, the place where he had so often sat, a silent sentinel of his heritage. But this time, he did not sit. He stood in the dust and the chaos, his torn robes a stark contrast to the opulence that surrounded the palace. He knew where his hope lay, though the path was fraught with unimaginable peril. He knew of the woman who had risen from obscurity to sit beside the king, the queen who held a unique and powerful position, yet one that was also bound by strictures of unimaginable danger. He knew of Esther. The news of Mordecai's distress, of his public mourning and his desperate cries, reached Esther within the gilded confines of her chambers. Her ladies-in-waiting, their faces pale with apprehension, brought her fragmented reports of a terrible decree and of Mordecai's uncharacteristic display of grief. At first, Esther dismissed it as the exaggerated anxieties of a devoted guardian. But as more unsettling news filtered through the palace grapevine, whispers of a royal edict targeting a specific people, a cold dread began to creep into her heart. She sent for Mordecai, not daring to summon him to her private chambers, but arranging a discreet meeting in a secluded courtyard, away from prying eyes. When he appeared, his visage was a testament to his anguish. The sackcloth and ashes were a stark, public declaration of his suffering, and his eyes, when they met hers, held a desperate plea that pierced her heart. "Mordecai, what is this? What has happened?" she asked, her voice trembling. She could see the raw pain etched on his face, the despair that emanated from him like a suffocating shroud. Mordecai, his voice choked with emotion, recounted the terrible events. He explained the decree, the swiftness with which it had been issued, and the identity of its architect, Haman. He spoke of the impending doom, of the targeted annihilation of their entire people, of the 12 months' notice given, a cruel mockery of justice, as if to allow time for the horror to fully sink in. Esther listened, her breath catching in her throat. The world seemed to tilt on its axis. Haman, the name itself was a dark shadow in her memory, a man whose influence she had always sensed but never fully understood. Now, his true malevolence was laid bare. He had woven a web of deceit, and the king, her king, had unknowingly become its instrument of destruction. "They are to be destroyed, Esther," Mordecai said, his voice barely above a whisper, yet carrying the weight of an empire's doom. "Men, women, children. Every last one of us. On a single day." He paused, his gaze unwavering, fixed on her face, on the face of the woman who now wore the crown of Persia. "And Haman plans to confiscate all their possessions." Esther's mind reeled. The sheer magnitude of the horror was overwhelming. The fear, a primal, suffocating force, began to grip her. She thought of her people, of the communities scattered throughout the vast empire, of the familiar faces and the shared traditions. She thought of the lives that would be extinguished, the families torn apart, the vibrant tapestry of their existence reduced to ashes. Then, a new fear, sharp and immediate, pierced through the broader dread. The king. She knew the law. She knew the strictures that governed the Persian court. To approach the king unsummoned, without his explicit invitation, was a capital offense. The mere thought of stepping before him without his royal beckoning sent a tremor of terror through her. She pictured the guards, their stern faces, the swiftness with which the penalty would be enforced. Her own life, the life she had so carefully cultivated, the precarious peace she had found, would be forfeit. Mordecai saw the conflict warring within her. He saw the flicker of fear in her eyes, the hesitation that warred with the nascent understanding of her role. He knew he had to push, to awaken the dormant courage that he believed lay within her. "Esther," he began, his voice low but firm, "you must understand. This is not merely a matter of personal danger. This is a sacred duty. You have been placed in this position, in this palace, in this very role, for such a time as this." He stepped closer, his words imbued with the authority of prophecy, with the weight of generations of faith. "Do not think that because you are in the king's palace, you will escape when all other Jews are destroyed. If you remain silent now, at this critical time, relief and deliverance will arise for the Jews from another place, but you and your father's house will perish. And who knows but that you have come to your royal position for such a time as this?" His words struck her like lightning. For such a time as this. The phrase resonated deep within her, echoing the prophetic pronouncements of their ancestors. Hadn't their scriptures spoken of individuals chosen by God for specific moments of crisis? Hadn't their history been punctuated by acts of courage born from seemingly insurmountable odds? She looked at Mordecai, at the unwavering conviction in his eyes. He was not asking her to be reckless, but to be courageous. He was reminding her of a heritage that was woven with threads of defiance and divine intervention. He was appealing to a part of her that had always been there, beneath the layers of fear and societal conditioning, the part that remembered the stories of Abraham, of Moses, of David. The internal struggle raged. Her mind raced, conjuring images of the executioner's sword, the swift and brutal end that awaited any who dared to trespass the king's personal space uninvited. The fear was a physical presence, a tightening in her chest, a cold sweat on her brow. She could feel the fragility of her life, the thin thread on which it hung. To step into the king's presence unsummoned was to gamble with that thread, to invite it to snap. But then, another image surfaced, eclipsing the fear. The faces of her people. The elderly man who always offered a kindly nod in the marketplace, the children playing in the dusty lanes, the women gathered at the well, their laughter echoing. They were her people. Their fate was inextricably linked to hers, whether she acknowledged it or not. Mordecai's words, "You and your father's house will perish," were a stark reminder of that inescapable truth. Her own lineage, her very identity, was bound to theirs. To remain silent, to cling to her own safety while her people faced annihilation, would be a betrayal of everything she was. Her faith, too, was a powerful counterweight to her fear. She had been raised to believe in a God who intervened, a God who protected his chosen. Was this not a moment for that divine protection to manifest? Was she not, perhaps, the instrument of that protection? The concept, both terrifying and exhilarating, began to take hold. Her fear of the king's wrath was profound, but the thought of facing her God after having failed her people was even more daunting. She remembered the teachings of her youth, the stories of women who had stepped into the breach when men faltered. She thought of their courage, their unwavering commitment to their people and their God. Could she, Hadassah, the orphaned girl raised in secret, now Esther, Queen of Persia, rise to such a challenge? The weight of responsibility settled upon her shoulders, a burden heavier than any crown. She was no longer just a queen, a consort, she was a potential savior. The knowledge was daunting, almost paralyzing. The path ahead was shrouded in uncertainty and fraught with mortal danger. Yet, the alternative, inaction, silence, and the subsequent annihilation of her people, was unconscionable. Mordecai watched her, his gaze intense, searching her face for a sign. He saw the turmoil, the internal battle raging, but he also saw a flicker of resolve, a dawning determination. He knew that once Esther made up her mind, she would commit herself with all her might. Finally, Esther looked back at Mordecai, her eyes no longer filled with fear, but with a steely resolve. The internal storm had passed, leaving in its wake a quiet, potent certainty. The fear had not vanished entirely, but it had been transmuted, overshadowed by a higher calling. "Gather all the Jews who are in Susa," she commanded, her voice clear and strong, echoing with a newfound authority. "And observe a fast for me. Do not eat or drink for 3 days, night or day. My attendants and I will fast in the same way. After that, I will go to the king, even though it is against the law. And if I perish, I perish." The words hung in the air, a declaration of war against despair, a testament to a faith that refused to be extinguished. She had made her decision. She would face the king, uninvited, unbidden, and risk everything. She would become a supplicant for her people, a voice for the voiceless, a beacon of hope in the encroaching darkness. The queen's gambit had begun. The queen, poised on the precipice of destiny, was ready to make her move. The fate of an entire nation rested on the courage of one woman, and on the slender hope that her plea would reach the heart of a king who had been deceived. The die was cast, and Esther, with a prayer on her lips and a fierce determination in her heart, prepared to step into the unknown, into the very jaws of potential death, for the sake of her people. The silence of her assent was more eloquent than any grand pronouncement, a testament to the profound inner transformation that had just taken place. She had embraced her destiny, not as a passive recipient of royal favor, but as an active agent of deliverance, a woman willing to sacrifice her very life for the preservation of her heritage. Chapter 4. Courage Under the Crown, Esther's Resolve. The weight of Mordecai's words settled upon Esther, not as a crushing burden, but as a clarifying light. Her initial shock and the paralyzing fear of the king's wrath had given way to a profound understanding of her unique position. She saw the intricate tapestry of her life, from her orphan childhood to her current place of unimaginable influence, not as random threads, but as a deliberate design woven by a divine hand. This was not merely a personal crisis, it was a cosmic challenge, a test of her faith and her courage, a moment ordained for her to step into the grand narrative of her people. The command that left her lips was not born of impulsivity, but of a deep, settled conviction. "Gather all the Jews who are in Susa," she declared, her voice resonating with a strength that surprised even herself, "and observe a fast for me. Do not eat or drink for 3 days, night or day. My attendants and I will fast in the same way. After that, I will go to the king, even though it is against the law. And if I perish, I perish." These were not just words, they were a covenant, a solemn vow made before God and before her people. News of the queen's decree spread like wildfire through the Jewish quarter of Susa. A hush fell over the bustling marketplaces, the workshops fell silent, and the familiar sounds of daily life were replaced by a solemn anticipation. The decree was clear: a 3-day fast, a period of intense spiritual focus, a collective turning towards the heavens. It was a call to arms, not with swords and shields, but with fervent prayer and unwavering faith. From the humblest beggar to the most respected elder, every Jew in Susa understood the gravity of the situation. The decree issued by Haman was not just a threat, it was a death sentence hanging over their collective existence. Yet, within this pervasive fear, a remarkable spirit of unity and resolve began to blossom. The impending doom served not to scatter them, but to bind them closer together, forging a shared purpose that transcended individual worries. Mordecai, his heart filled with a mixture of awe and gratitude, immediately began organizing the fast. He moved through the crowded streets, his usual stoicism replaced by a fervent energy. He spoke to families, to individuals, reminding them of the prophecies, of the unwavering faithfulness of God throughout their history. He spoke of Abraham, of Moses, of David, leaders who had faced impossible odds and emerged victorious through their reliance on the Almighty. He exhorted them to cleanse their hearts, to shed any grievances, and to approach this period of supplication with a spirit of genuine repentance and humility. The 3 days that followed were unlike any Susa had ever witnessed. A palpable sense of devotion permeated the Jewish community. Homes that usually echoed with the sounds of laughter and conversation were filled with the murmurs of prayer. The usual rhythm of life, dictated by the rising and setting of the sun, was replaced by a continuous cycle of devotion. Men and women, young and old, gathered in synagogues, in private homes, and even in quiet corners of the city, their faces etched with earnestness, their voices raised in a unified plea to the heavens. The fast was a physical manifestation of their spiritual hunger. The pangs of hunger were a constant reminder of their dependence on a power greater than themselves. It was a deliberate act of self-denial, a shedding of earthly comforts to focus entirely on the spiritual. They abstained not only from food and drink but also from all worldly distractions. The usual gossip, the mundane worries, the trivial pursuits, all were set aside. Their thoughts were consumed by one singular purpose, to seek divine intervention. Esther, in the secluded splendor of her royal chambers, participated fully in the fast. Though separated from her people by gilded walls and silken curtains, her heart beat in unison with theirs. She and her loyal attendants, the women who had served her faithfully and now stood by her in this hour of crisis, observed the rigorous abstinence. The opulent feasts that were usually a staple of royal life were replaced by an empty table, the rich aromas of exotic spices replaced by the stark reality of their sacrifice. Each moment of fasting was an act of prayer. Esther knelt on the plush carpets of her chambers, her once resplendent gowns replaced by simple, unadorned attire. Her prayers were not eloquent pronouncements of faith, but raw, honest appeals born from the deepest recesses of her soul. She prayed for wisdom to navigate the treacherous currents of the Persian court, for the courage to speak truth to power, and for the favor of the king, whose heart she knew was not inherently cruel, but easily swayed. She confessed her own fears, her anxieties, her moments of doubt. She acknowledged the immense risk she was about to undertake, the perilous path she was choosing. She prayed for forgiveness for any perceived shortcomings, any moments where she might have faltered in her commitment to her people. Her prayers were a tapestry woven with threads of desperation, hope, and an unwavering belief in the God of her fathers. Her ladies-in-waiting, women who had witnessed her rise from obscurity and who now shared in her perilous secret, prayed alongside her. Their prayers were a chorus of support, a testament to the solidarity that had formed between them. They prayed for Esther's safety, for her success, and for the deliverance of their entire community. Their collective supplication created an atmosphere of profound spiritual intensity within the palace walls, a quiet sanctuary amidst the opulence and political machinations. Mordecai, meanwhile, was not merely an organizer but a spiritual leader for the community. He moved among the people, offering words of encouragement and reminding them of the power of collective prayer. He recalled the stories of their ancestors who had faced overwhelming odds, the parting of the Red Sea, the walls of Jericho falling, the victories won against seemingly invincible armies, all through unwavering faith and divine intervention. He emphasized the concept of teshuvah, a turning back to God, a sincere repentance that would open the heavens to their pleas. He spoke of how their enemies, like Haman, relied on earthly power and deceit, while their strength lay in the Almighty. God does not need a mighty army, he would tell them, his voice resonating with conviction, nor does he need great numbers. He can bring deliverance through the weak and the few, if their hearts are truly turned to him. The fasting was not an end in itself, but a means to an end. It was a spiritual discipline designed to heighten their awareness of God's presence and to prepare their hearts for a profound encounter with him. They sought not just a reprieve from the decree, but a fundamental shift in the hearts of those who held power, a divine intervention that would dismantle the wicked plots of their enemies. As the third day waned, a palpable sense of anticipation filled the air. The communal fasting had forged a profound spiritual connection among the Jewish people. They had laid bare their vulnerability before God, acknowledging their utter dependence on His mercy. The hunger in their bellies was a testament to their willingness to sacrifice, and the prayers that had ascended from their lips were a testament to their unshakable faith. Esther, though physically drained by the fast, felt a newfound strength welling within her. The 3 days of prayer and abstinence had not diminished her resolve, they had amplified it. The spiritual preparation had fortified her spirit, equipping her with the inner fortitude she would need to face the king. The fear had not entirely vanished, but it no longer held dominion over her. It was now a hushed whisper, drowned out by the thunderous roar of her faith and her commitment to her people. She looked at her attendants, their faces reflecting a similar blend of exhaustion and serene determination. They had shared this arduous journey, and their shared experience had cemented their bond. They were ready. She was ready. The time for action had arrived. The spiritual groundwork had been laid. The collective supplication of a desperate people had reached the heavens. Now, it was time for Esther, the queen who had embraced her destiny, to step out of the shadows and into the blinding light of the royal court, carrying with her the hopes and prayers of an entire nation. The silence of the past 3 days was about to be broken by a single, courageous voice, a voice that would resonate through the halls of power and, she prayed, reach the ears and the heart of the king. The final rays of the third day painted the Persian sky in hues of orange and purple, mirroring the vibrant yet somber tapestry of emotions that had woven themselves through the Jewish community of Susa. The communal fast, a potent elixir of prayer, sacrifice, and unwavering hope, had concluded. A palpable stillness, not of despair but of expectant readiness, settled upon the city. Within the gilded confines of the royal palace, a similar transformation had occurred. Esther, though her body was weakened by the rigorous abstinence, felt an unyielding strength course through her veins. The gnawing fear, which had been a constant companion in the preceding days, had receded, replaced by a calm resolve. She had communed with the divine, laid bare her vulnerability, and in return, had received a profound sense of purpose, a certainty that this was not merely her own perilous undertaking, but a divinely orchestrated moment. She rose from her knees, her heart a sanctuary of quiet courage. The simple, unadorned garments she had worn throughout the fast were exchanged for her most resplendent royal attire. Not for vanity, but as a symbol of her position, of the authority vested in her, and as a deliberate choice to present herself before the king not as a supplicant in rags, but as the Queen of Persia. The silks shimmered with the muted luminescence of pearl and moonlight, intricately embroidered with threads of gold and silver, depicting scenes of ancient majesty and mythical creatures. Her hair, usually adorned with pearls and jewels, was left unbound, cascading around her shoulders like a dark, silken river. A single, luminous sapphire, the color of the deepest ocean, was clasped at her throat, a subtle yet powerful statement of her regal bearing. Each movement was deliberate, imbued with a grace born of a spirit at peace. Her ladies-in-waiting, their faces etched with a mixture of pride and apprehension, attended to her with hushed reverence. They had shared the profound spiritual journey, their prayers intertwined with Esther's, and now they stood witness to the culmination of their collective faith. They saw not just a queen preparing for an audience, but a woman about to walk into the jaws of a potential storm, armed with nothing but her conviction and the blessings of the Almighty. The air in the chamber thrummed with unspoken prayers, a silent symphony of hope accompanying Esther as she prepared to step out from the sanctuary of her chambers and into the heart of the lion's den. The path to the king's presence was long, a labyrinth of ornate corridors and grand halls, each step a testament to the immense power and splendor of the Persian Empire. Guards, their armor glinting in the torchlight, stood sentinel at every archway, their faces impassive, their presence a constant reminder of the absolute authority of Ahasuerus. Esther walked with a steady gait, her eyes fixed ahead, her mind a whirlwind of prayers and affirmations. She visualized the king's throne, not as a seat of judgment, but as a platform for truth. She envisioned his face, not contorted in anger, but softened by curiosity, perhaps even by a flicker of recognition of the woman he had elevated to his side. The inner court of the palace, where the king held his most private audiences, was a place of unparalleled magnificence. Gilded columns stretched towards a ceiling painted with celestial maps, and intricate mosaics adorned the floor, depicting scenes of conquest and prosperity. The air was thick with the scent of exotic perfumes and burning incense, a heady aroma that usually signaled an atmosphere of opulence and power. But for Esther, it was a scent tinged with the stark reality of her mission. This was the threshold of her greatest challenge, the moment where her life, and the lives of her entire people, would hang in the balance. She paused at the entrance to the throne room, a deep breath filling her lungs. The silence was profound, broken only by the distant murmur of the palace guards and the faint rustle of her own silken robes. The throne room itself was a spectacle of regal grandeur. Ahasuerus sat upon his throne, a towering structure of ivory and gold, inlaid with precious stones that glittered with an almost blinding intensity. His gaze, usually imperious and demanding, was directed towards the entrance, a flicker of surprise crossing his features as he beheld the unexpected sight of his queen appearing unannounced and in such magnificent attire. Esther stepped forward, her heart pounding a frantic rhythm against her ribs, yet her outward demeanor remained one of regal composure. She moved with a deliberate grace, her eyes never leaving the king's face. She offered a deep, respectful bow, her head lowered, her body a picture of deference. The world seemed to hold its breath. The courtiers and advisers present, accustomed to the king's imperious pronouncements and the tightly controlled atmosphere of the royal court, exchanged uncertain glances. The appearance of the queen, unsummoned and in such a manner, was unprecedented. The unspoken question hung heavy in the air: how would the king react? The seconds stretched into an eternity. Esther remained bowed, her entire being focused on the king's reaction. She could feel his eyes upon her, a powerful, probing gaze that seemed to dissect her very soul. The silence amplified the tension, making it almost unbearable. She had gambled everything on this moment, on the hope that her courage, her people's prayers, and the king's inherent regard for her would pave a path through the rigid protocols of the Persian court. Then, a subtle shift. Ahasuerus, his initial surprise giving way to a growing curiosity, straightened on his throne. His brow, which had furrowed slightly, smoothed. The tension in the room seemed to dissipate, replaced by a palpable sense of intrigue. He watched Esther, the queen he had chosen for her beauty and her quiet grace, now presenting herself with an unexpected boldness. He saw not just the queen, but a woman of substance, a woman who had clearly thought deeply about her actions. Slowly, deliberately, King Ahasuerus raised his hand. In his palm, nestled amidst the opulence of his royal regalia, was the scepter of Persia, a symbol of his absolute authority. It was a gesture that could signify condemnation or, more importantly, a profound act of clemency. He extended the scepter towards Esther, its golden tip catching the light and casting a radiant glow. The movement was slow, measured, a clear indication of his intent. It was the royal invitation, the unspoken assurance that she was safe, that she was welcome to speak. As the scepter's gleaming tip neared her, Esther slowly lifted her head, her eyes meeting the king's. A wave of immense relief washed over her, so potent it threatened to buckle her knees. The scepter, extended towards her, was a beacon of hope, a tangible sign that the divine hand had indeed intervened, clearing the path for her plea. The overwhelming weight that had pressed upon her for so long began to lift, replaced by a profound sense of gratitude. God had heard their prayers. He had opened the door. With a renewed sense of purpose, Esther rose to her full height, her gaze still locked with the king's. The gesture of the scepter was not just an invitation to speak, but a confirmation that her courage had not been in vain. It was a silent testament to the power of faith, a reminder that even in the face of seemingly insurmountable odds, a righteous plea, coupled with unwavering belief, could sway the hearts of even the most powerful rulers. She stepped closer to the throne, her voice, though soft, resonating with a newfound clarity and strength that surprised even herself. It was a voice that had been honed by prayer, strengthened by fasting, and imbued with the collective hopes of her people. "My Lord King," she began, her words carrying the weight of her earnest plea, the culmination of days of prayer and a lifetime of quiet resilience. The royal invitation, signified by the golden scepter, had been extended, and Esther, the queen chosen for such a time as this, was ready to speak. The immense relief that flooded her was not just for herself, but for the countless souls who depended on her courage. The path ahead was still fraught with peril, but for now, at this pivotal moment, the door had been opened, and the light of hope shone through. The air in the royal dining hall was thick with the cloying sweetness of exotic perfumes and the rich aroma of roasted meats, a stark contrast to the austere simplicity of Esther's recent fast. Sunlight streamed through the high, arched windows, illuminating the polished marble floors and the intricate tapestries that adorned the walls, depicting scenes of Persian might and legendary hunts. Ahasuerus, ensconced on his gilded throne at the head of the long table, seemed to bask in the opulent surroundings, his eyes alight with pleasure as he surveyed the feast spread before him. Beside him, a testament to the queen's strategic maneuvering, sat Haman. The prime minister, usually a man of stern countenance and calculated pronouncements, wore an expression of almost palpable self-satisfaction, his plump cheeks flushed with wine and the heady realization of his elevated status. He reveled in the king's evident favor, the unspoken understanding that he was the sole confidant, the most esteemed guest at this royal gathering. Esther, seated at the king's right hand, played her part with an actress's practiced skill. Her face, though bearing the faint, residual pallor of her spiritual discipline, was radiant. She smiled, she laughed at the king's jovial pronouncements, and she offered him the choicest morsels from the platters that circulated, her movements imbued with a grace that had captivated him from the moment he first laid eyes on her. Yet, beneath the veneer of a devoted queen, her mind was a tempest of calculations. Each shared glance with Ahasuerus, each polite word offered to Haman, was a carefully placed stone in the labyrinth she was constructing. She observed the subtle shifts in Haman's demeanor, the way his chest puffed out a little further with each compliment from the king, the way his eyes, when they met hers, held a glint of triumph, an almost imperceptible sneer that betrayed his utter obliviousness to the precipice upon which he stood. The banquet was a symphony of excess. Servants, silent as shadows, refilled goblets with ruby red wine, their movements so fluid they seemed to glide rather than walk. The table groaned under the weight of delicacies, whole roasted peacocks, their iridescent feathers meticulously replaced, skewers of spiced lamb, platters overflowing with plump figs, dates, and pomegranates, and a bewildering array of honeyed pastries that shimmered with edible gold leaf. Ahasuerus, a man who delighted in the tangible displays of his power and wealth, ate with gusto, his booming laughter echoing through the hall. He praised the chefs, he praised the quality of the wine, and, crucially, he praised Esther for her impeccable taste and her unparalleled ability to create an atmosphere of such refined enjoyment. "My queen," he declared, his voice amplified by the wine and his own satisfaction, "you surpass yourself. This feast is worthy of the gods themselves. Each dish is a masterpiece, each flavor a revelation." He reached across the table, his large hand covering hers for a fleeting moment. "You have a gift for delight, Esther. A gift that brings joy not only to me, but to all who are fortunate enough to share in your hospitality." Haman, caught in the king's effusive praise, offered a deferential nod, but his gaze lingered on Esther, a possessive gleam in his eyes. He saw her not merely as the queen, but as a pawn in his own grand game, a queen whose very existence was now intricately tied to his own rising fortunes. He had been instrumental in her ascension, or so he believed, and now he saw her banquets as further confirmation of his own influence. The fact that she had invited him, singling him out for such an honor, was a testament to his power, a subtle acknowledgement of his indispensability. He imagined the whispers that would follow this feast, the envious glances of the other courtiers. He, Haman, the king's most trusted advisor, was the honored guest of the queen herself. Esther, with a gentle smile, acknowledged the king's praise. "Your Majesty honors me with your words," she replied, her voice a melody of practiced sincerity. "My greatest joy is to see you pleased, and to share in the abundance that your benevolent reign provides for all your subjects." Her gaze flickered towards Haman, a brief, almost imperceptible acknowledgement of his presence. "And it is a particular pleasure," she continued, her voice dropping slightly in tone, as if confiding a secret, "to have such esteemed company grace our table. Lord Haman's counsel is invaluable to the king, and his presence here tonight is a testament to the wisdom that guides our empire." Haman's chest swelled. He offered a low bow, his movements more theatrical than respectful. "Your Majesty, Queen Esther," he boomed, his voice thick with wine and self-importance, "it is I who am honored beyond measure. To be invited to share in such a magnificent repast, hosted by the jewel of Persia herself. It is an occasion I shall long remember." He nudged the king playfully with his elbow. "Your Majesty has indeed chosen wisely. Not only is she a vision to behold, but her hospitality rivals that of the gods. The king roared with laughter, clapping Haman on the back. Esther watched the exchange, her heart a tight knot of anticipation. This was precisely the illusion she sought to weave. Haman, basking in undeserved adoration, blinded by his own arrogance, and the king, utterly oblivious to the sinister undertones that lay beneath the surface of this glittering display. She had deliberately chosen to host this first banquet, a more intimate affair, with only the king and Haman present, a deliberate exclusion of others that would further inflame Haman's sense of unique importance. She needed him to believe he was safe, that his meticulously constructed web of influence was unassailable, before she began to unravel it thread by thread. As the evening wore on, the conversation flowed, lubricated by copious amounts of wine. Ahasuerus recounted tales of his military victories, of the vastness of his dominion, his voice filled with the pride of a conqueror. Haman, emboldened by the king's attention, chimed in with anecdotes of his own supposed triumphs in administration, of the order and prosperity he had brought to the empire. Esther listened, interjecting occasional words of admiration or agreement, her gaze steady, her mind calculating the precise moment to deploy her next maneuver. She watched Haman preen, saw the way he subtly puffed out his chest when the king spoke of the empire's strength, as if to imply his own direct contribution to that strength. He was a man consumed by his own reflection, a man so enamored with his own perceived greatness that he was incapable of seeing any threat, any danger, approaching him. The first banquet was a success in its own right, a lavish spectacle that pleased the king and inflated Haman's ego to unimaginable heights. He left the palace that night with a swagger in his step, convinced that his position was unassailable, that his favor with the king was absolute. He saw the two banquets Esther had proposed as merely a formality, a queen's way of showing her appreciation for his presence and influence. He had no inkling that these celebrations were not expressions of gratitude, but calculated steps in a meticulously planned strategy, designed to ensnare him in a trap of his own making. Days later, the second banquet was prepared, even grander and more elaborate than the first. This time, Esther had invited a wider circle of the king's most trusted officials and nobles, a deliberate expansion of the audience. The hall shimmered with 100 lamps, casting a warm, golden glow on the rich fabrics and precious metals that adorned the room. The air was alive with the murmur of conversation, the clinking of goblets, and the distant strains of lyres and flutes. Ahasuerus was in his element, the benevolent king surrounded by his loyal subjects, basking in the adulation and the sheer splendor of his court. Esther, in a gown of deep sapphire silk, her hair adorned with a tiara of diamonds that caught the light like captured stars, moved through the assembly with regal grace. She greeted each guest with a polite smile, her eyes holding a quiet intensity that few could fathom. Haman, present once again and already feeling the intoxicating effects of the wine, found himself being addressed by a procession of courtiers, all eager to curry his favor, all acknowledging his esteemed position at the queen's side. He was the sun around which this particular galaxy of power revolved, or so it seemed to him. He boasted to one noble about his influence over the king, he subtly hinted to another about the vast riches he commanded, his ego inflating with each passing moment. As the feasting progressed, Ahasuerus, his mood jovial and expansive, turned to Esther. "My queen," he declared, his voice carrying across the hall, "tonight's celebration is even more magnificent than the last. You have brought together the finest of my court, and the bounty of this feast is truly extraordinary. It is as if you have conjured this wonder from the very air itself." He raised his goblet in a toast. "To my queen, Esther, the light of my life, and the architect of such unparalleled joy." The assembled guests echoed the toast, their voices a chorus of admiration. Haman, caught in the wave of adulation, felt a surge of possessive pride. He had, after all, recognized Esther's potential, had championed her cause, or so he told himself in his wine-fueled delusion. He was the king's right hand, and Esther was the king's queen. They were all part of the same glorious tapestry, with him at its most vibrant thread. Esther, her heart beating with a mixture of apprehension and a growing sense of righteous certainty, met the king's gaze. She took a slow, deliberate sip of her wine, allowing the anticipation to build. She had orchestrated this moment with painstaking care, drawing on days of prayer and reflection. She knew that this was it, the precipice. The king's heart was softened by wine and feasting, his ego buoyed by the flattery of his court. Haman was at the zenith of his self-importance, utterly vulnerable in his arrogance. The stage was set. "My lord king," Esther began, her voice clear and resonant, cutting through the din of conversation. All eyes turned to her, the sudden shift in attention palpable. "Your words are most gracious. And indeed, the abundance we share tonight is a blessing." Yet, she paused, her gaze drifting towards Haman, who was looking at her with an expectant, almost smug expression. "There is a matter that has been weighing heavily upon my heart, a matter that I have been hesitant to bring before you, fearing it might mar the joy of such occasions." Ahasuerus, his brow furrowing slightly, leaned forward. "Hesitant? My Esther, you know you can speak anything to me. What troubles you, my queen? Has someone dared to displease you in my court?" His gaze swept across the assembled nobles, a warning implicit in his tone. Haman, however, remained unperturbed, a faint smile playing on his lips. He saw this as an opportunity for Esther to further solidify his own position, perhaps to commend him for his role in maintaining order. He imagined she might ask him to explain some intricate detail of court procedure, or perhaps to praise his wisdom in managing the treasury. Esther turned her full attention to Haman, her eyes holding a steady, unwavering gaze that seemed to pierce through his self-delusion. "Lord Haman," she said, her voice devoid of warmth, "you have indeed been a prominent figure in this court, and your influence is well known. But it is precisely because of this prominence, because of the power you wield, that I must now speak." She paused, letting the weight of her words settle. "You have, through your cunning and your malice, sought to bring about the utter destruction of my people, the Jews. You have, with the king's unwitting approval, decreed their annihilation." The words hung in the air, heavy and suffocating. A collective gasp rippled through the assembly. Ahasuerus stared at Esther, his face a mask of disbelief and confusion. Haman, his smile vanishing as if struck by lightning, recoiled as if physically struck. His face contorted, his eyes widening in a mixture of shock and dawning horror. The wine, the feasting, the self-congratulation, all evaporated in an instant, replaced by the chilling realization that he had been played. The carefully constructed facade of joy and celebration crumbled. The opulent hall, moments before a symbol of Persian might and prosperity, now felt like a cage, trapping them all in a moment of devastating revelation. Esther, her voice still remarkably steady, continued, laying bare Haman's treachery, his hatred, and the terrible decree that hung like a death sentence over her people. The king, initially stunned, began to stir, the wheels of his own understanding slowly turning. The carefully orchestrated banquets, designed to lull Haman into a false sense of security and to soften the king's heart, had served their purpose. The trap was sprung. The king, his face a mask of bewildered concern, leaned forward, his gaze fixed on Esther. "My queen," he repeated, his voice laced with an uncharacteristic gentleness, "you speak of troubles, of hesitations. And now you speak of Haman, my most trusted adviser, in the same breath as my own people. What is this that troubles you so deeply? What matter has been weighing on your heart?" He glanced towards Haman, a flicker of impatience crossing his features, as if sensing a misplaced anxiety in his queen's demeanor. Haman, caught in the unexpected turn of Esther's words, offered a confident nod, his mind still wrestling with the possibility that she intended to praise him, to further cement his already formidable standing. He saw only a queen seeking to impress the king, and he was, of course, a crucial part of that impression. Esther took a slow, measured breath, the cool, scented air of the banquet hall filling her lungs. The sapphire of her gown seemed to deepen, the diamonds in her hair catching the lamplight like chips of frozen starlight. She met Ahasuerus's questioning gaze, her own eyes, usually so full of gentle warmth, now burning with an intensity that surprised him. The carefully constructed artifice of her queenly persona, honed over weeks of subtle observation and strategic planning, was about to be shed, revealing the fiery resolve beneath. This was the precipice, the moment she had both dreaded and meticulously prepared for. She had danced on the edges of this truth for weeks, weaving a tapestry of feigned ignorance and subtle manipulation, all leading to this single, explosive revelation. "My Lord King," she began, her voice clear and steady, carrying across the sudden hush that had fallen over the assembly. The lyres and flutes, which had been playing a merry tune, faltered and then ceased altogether, their silence amplifying the gravity of her words. Every eye in the grand hall was now fixed upon her, a sea of faces, some curious, some apprehensive, all awaiting her pronouncement. Even Haman, who had been leaning back in his chair, a picture of smug contentment, straightened, his gaze locking onto Esther's with a dawning, unsettling awareness. He felt a prickle of unease, a sensation utterly alien to his recent days of unchecked triumph. "You have asked what troubles me, and I have hesitated to speak, not from fear of your displeasure, but from the sheer horror of the truth. For the matter that weighs upon my heart is a matter of life and death, a matter of genocide orchestrated by one you call your friend." Ahasuerus blinked, his jovial demeanor replaced by a look of utter confusion. "Genocide? Esther, what madness do you speak of? Who would dare to speak of such a thing in my court, let alone commit such an atrocity?" His gaze swept over the assembled nobles, his expression hardening with a rising suspicion. He prided himself on the justice and order of his vast empire. The very idea of such a barbarous act being planned, let alone executed, within his domain was an insult to his reign. He turned his attention back to Esther, his brow furrowed. "And Haman? What has Haman to do with this monstrous accusation?" Esther's gaze, sharp and unwavering, found Haman. The Prime Minister, sensing the shift in the king's attention, offered a slight, almost imperceptible shrug, as if to say, "I have no idea what she is talking about." But the practiced ease of his gesture was undercut by a flicker of apprehension in his eyes, a shadow that danced across his usually confident features. He was a man accustomed to wielding power, not to being scrutinized. "My Lord King," Esther continued, her voice gaining strength, imbued with the righteous fury of a wronged people, "the man you call your most trusted advisor, the man who sits beside you, Haman, is the architect of this wicked plan. He has, through deceit and cunning, persuaded you to sign a decree that will bring about the utter annihilation of my people, the Jews." The words hung in the air, heavy and suffocating. A collective gasp rippled through the assembled nobles. Some recoiled, their faces pale with shock. Others stared, wide-eyed, at Haman, who had visibly stiffened, his face draining of color. The wine-induced haze of the banquet had evaporated, replaced by a chilling, terrifying clarity. Ahasuerus stared at Esther, his mouth slightly agape. His queen, his beautiful, gentle Esther, accusing his prime minister of orchestrating genocide. It was unthinkable, yet, there was a conviction in her voice, a desperate earnestness that could not be easily dismissed. He had seen her fasting, had felt her quiet strength during her periods of spiritual discipline. He knew her to be a woman of deep integrity. "Esther," he said, his voice strained, trying to process the enormity of her accusation. "This is a grave charge. Are you certain of what you say? Haman, my friend, my right hand. He would never." Haman, finding his voice, sputtered, his words coming in a frantic rush. "Your Majesty, this is a calumny, a wicked lie. I have done nothing of the sort. Queen Esther is mistaken. Perhaps the strain of her duties, or some personal grievance," he trailed off, glancing nervously at Esther, his carefully constructed facade of innocence crumbling with each passing second. He could feel the eyes of the court upon him, no longer filled with deference, but with suspicion and horror. Esther did not flinch. She met Haman's desperate gaze with a look of cold accusation. "Mistaken," she echoed, her voice ringing with a chilling calm. "Lord Haman, you know full well the truth of my words. You have plotted against my people. You have woven a web of lies, whispering poison into the king's ear, convincing him that the Jews are a threat to your empire. You have used your influence, your position, to secure the king's assent to a decree of extermination, a decree that has been sealed with the king's own signet ring. You have signed our death warrants, Haman." The king's eyes widened in dawning comprehension. He remembered the decree, the urgency with which it had been presented, the sheer weight of responsibility he had felt when affixing his seal. He had been told it was a matter of state security, of quelling a rebellious element that threatened the stability of the empire. He had trusted Haman implicitly. He had trusted his advisor's judgment, his loyalty, his wisdom. And now, his queen, the woman he adored, was telling him that his trust had been betrayed in the most heinous manner imaginable. "My signet ring," Ahasuerus whispered, the words seeming to catch in his throat. He looked at Haman, his gaze hardening with a mixture of disbelief and burgeoning fury. "You used my signet ring for this barbarity." Haman, cornered and desperate, tried to regain some semblance of control. "Your Majesty, the decree was a measure of precaution, a necessary step to ensure the safety of the realm. The Jews, a foreign element, a people with their own laws and customs. They pose a potential threat." Esther let out a small, scornful laugh. "A threat? Their only crime is existing. Their only crime is to be a people that you, Haman, have grown to despise. You despise them because Mordecai, a Jew, refused to bow down to you. You despise them because their unwavering faith stands in stark contrast to your own avarice and cruelty. You have sought to eradicate an entire people because of a personal slight." The king's face darkened. He remembered Mordecai, the loyal eunuch who had saved his life. The man Esther had revealed as her kinsman. A man Haman had publicly humiliated and whose family he had sworn to destroy. The pieces began to fall into place with sickening clarity. Haman's insistence on the swift and absolute nature of the decree, his almost fanatical zeal in ensuring its implementation, his personal vendetta against Mordecai. It all suddenly made a terrifying kind of sense. "Mordecai," Ahasuerus thundered, his voice shaking with a rage he had rarely displayed. "This is about Mordecai. You would exterminate an entire nation because one man refused to bow to you." He turned to Esther, his expression a mixture of hurt and betrayal. "Esther, my queen, you are a Jew, are you not? This decree, it was meant to destroy you as well." Esther met his gaze, her eyes brimming with unshed tears, yet her voice remained resolute. "Yes, my lord king. I am a Jew, and this decree, if carried out, would mean my death, and the death of my entire family, my entire people. I came before you today, not to beg for my life, but to expose your prime minister's monstrous treachery. I have endured the fear, the uncertainty, the silent anguish, all while playing the role of a queen who knew nothing. But I could not bear the silence any longer. The weight of our impending doom was too great to bear alone." Haman, seeing the king's fury directed at him, felt a surge of panic. He looked at the faces of the courtiers, once filled with awe of him, now contorted with a mixture of shock and revulsion. He was exposed, his carefully crafted image of loyalty and wisdom shattered. He had miscalculated, fatally. He had underestimated Esther, underestimated her courage, her unwavering devotion to her people. He had been so blinded by his own ego, so intoxicated by his perceived power, that he had failed to see the storm gathering around him. "Your Majesty, I implore you," Haman began, his voice trembling, attempting to salvage the situation, but Ahasuerus cut him off with a furious wave of his hand. "Silence!" the king roared, his voice echoing through the stunned hall. He stood from his throne, his massive frame towering over Haman. "You have deceived me, Haman. You have used my name, my authority, to commit an act of unspeakable evil. You have sought to destroy my queen, the woman I love, and her entire people. You have betrayed my trust in the most profound way imaginable." The king's eyes, blazing with righteous anger, swept over the assembled nobles. "Let the decree of annihilation against the Jews be revoked. Immediately, and let Haman be brought to justice for his treacherous deeds. He shall be punished according to the severity of his crimes." A profound silence fell over the hall, broken only by the king's heavy breathing. The shock of Esther's revelation, the king's pronouncement, Haman's swift downfall, it was a torrent of events that left everyone breathless. Haman stood frozen, the blood draining from his face, the reality of his impending doom crashing down upon him. He had reached the apex of his power, only to be hurled into the abyss by the very woman he had underestimated. Esther, her knees trembling slightly, felt a wave of exhaustion wash over her. The emotional and spiritual burden she had carried for so long had finally been lifted. She had spoken her truth, and in doing so, had saved her people from the brink of extinction. She looked at Ahasuerus, her heart filled with a complex mixture of relief, gratitude, and a newfound understanding of the immense power of courage and faith. The revelation had been painful, terrifying, and devastating, but it had also been a profound act of liberation. The banquet, meant to be a symbol of Persian might and festivity, had become the stage for the unmasking of a villain and the salvation of a nation. The tapestry of deception had been ripped asunder, revealing the stark, undeniable truth of Haman's malice and Esther's unwavering resolve. The air, once thick with the cloying sweetness of perfume and the aroma of excess, now felt clean, cleansed by the storm of truth that had just swept through the royal hall. The pronouncement hung in the air, a thunderclap that shattered the gilded illusion of the banquet. Ahasuerus, his face a tempest of fury, stood like a colossus, his gaze fixed on Haman, who now appeared a craven, trembling wretch, stripped of his arrogance and power. The king's voice, a low growl that promised swift and terrible retribution, echoed in the stunned silence. "You have dared," he began, each syllable laced with icy disdain, "to weave a tapestry of treachery within my own court. You have preyed upon my trust, manipulated my authority, and sought to extinguish an entire people for your own petty vengeance. The decree of annihilation, sealed with my very signet, was not a measure of justice, but a testament to your unspeakable depravity." He strode towards Haman, his heavy boots resonating on the marble floor, each step a hammer blow against the prime minister's crumbling world. "You thought yourself untouchable," Ahasuerus continued, his voice rising, "secure in your position, confident in your ability to deceive. But you underestimated the strength of truth, the power of righteousness, and the unwavering courage of my queen. You plotted destruction, Haman, and in doing so, you have dug your own grave." The king gestured towards the towering structure that had been erected with such sinister purpose on the palace grounds, a grim monument to Haman's hatred. "The gallows you so diligently prepared for Mordecai, the man who, by his loyalty, saved my life, shall now be your own resting place. Let the very instrument of your wicked design become the arbiter of your fate. Let it stand as a perpetual reminder to all who might contemplate such perfidy that justice, though it may tarry, will ultimately prevail." A shudder ran through Haman, a visceral tremor that spoke of his dawning, inescapable doom. The courtiers, who had once fawned over him, now averted their gazes, their faces a mixture of relief and apprehension. They had witnessed the king's wrath, and they understood the gravity of Haman's fall. The air, thick with the scent of spilled wine and the lingering perfume of exotic flowers, now carried a new, chilling aroma, the metallic tang of fear and the palpable weight of impending judgment. Esther, her heart still thrumming with the adrenaline of her confession, watched as the king's guards, their faces grim and resolute, seized Haman. He offered no resistance, his body slumping as if all its strength had been leached away by the king's condemnation. He was no longer the mighty minister, the architect of a genocidal plot, but a broken man, facing the swift and brutal consequences of his actions. The cheers that had been on the lips of many, ready to celebrate their deliverance, were muted, replaced by a sober understanding of the price of such evil. The deliverance was not merely a victory, it was a testament to the harrowing cost of unrighteousness. Ahasuerus turned back to Esther, his expression softening, the fury in his eyes giving way to a profound tenderness. He extended his hand, his royal signet ring, now cleansed of the stain of Haman's deceit, glinting in the torchlight. "My queen," he said, his voice gentler than she had ever heard it, "you have shown me a courage that I scarcely believed possible. You have faced down a viper in my own court, you have spoken truth to power, and in doing so, you have saved not only your people, but you have also preserved the integrity of my reign. I am indebted to you, deeply and irrevocably." He led her back to her seat, his arm around her shoulders, a gesture of public support and affection that silenced any lingering doubts or whispers among the court. The queen's Jewish heritage, once a carefully guarded secret, was now openly acknowledged, her bravery celebrated rather than feared. The king's embrace was a powerful declaration. Esther was not just his queen, but a beloved protector of his empire, her people now implicitly under his direct and personal protection. The decree that had been a death sentence for the Jews was to be unequivocally revoked. But the king understood that simply rescinding the order was insufficient. Haman's malice had sown seeds of fear and violence that would not easily wither. The very decree that had sanctioned their destruction had also emboldened their enemies, granting them a perverse legitimacy for their anticipated cruelty. Therefore, a new decree was to be issued, one that would not only annul Haman's wicked plan but also empower the Jews to defend themselves against any who dared to attack them. The royal scribes were summoned, their quills poised, ready to record the king's new pronouncements. Ahasuerus dictated with a renewed urgency, his voice carrying the weight of his remorse and his determination to rectify the terrible wrong that had been almost perpetrated. The new decree, he declared, would be issued on the 13th day of Adar, the very day Haman had designated for the extermination of the Jews. This deliberate choice of date was a powerful symbolic act, turning a day of planned destruction into a day of triumph and vindication. The decree, written in the king's name and sealed with his signet, was to be distributed throughout the empire with unprecedented speed. It declared that on the designated day, the Jews would not be passive victims but would be granted the right to gather, to stand together, and to defend themselves against any who attacked them. They were empowered to defeat their enemies, to strike them down, and to annihilate those who sought their destruction. It was a mandate for self-preservation, a clear message that the king's protection now extended unequivocally to his Jewish subjects, and that any who dared to harm them would face the full might of the Persian Empire. The king further decreed that the property of those who attacked the Jews was to be confiscated and given to the Jews themselves, a form of restitution for the suffering and loss they had endured, and a stark warning to any potential aggressors. This was not merely an act of appeasement, it was a calculated measure to ensure the safety and well-being of the Jewish people, transforming them from vulnerable targets into empowered citizens of the empire. As the scribes worked feverishly, the atmosphere in the palace shifted. The pall of dread that had hung over the court began to dissipate, replaced by a burgeoning sense of hope and relief. The Jewish people, who had been living under the shadow of death, could now look forward to a future where they were not only safe but also respected and protected. Esther, watching the king's decisive actions, felt a profound sense of gratitude wash over her. She had risked everything, not just for herself, but for every single Jew in the vast Persian Empire. Her courage had ignited a spark, and that spark had, with the king's intervention, become a beacon of hope. The reversal of the decree was not merely a political maneuver, it was a profound testament to the power of intercession and the efficacy of prayer. Esther's fasts, her tears, her unwavering faith in the face of overwhelming odds, these had not gone unnoticed. They had resonated with a power that transcended human authority, influencing the hearts and minds of those in positions of power. The king's own dawning realization of Haman's treachery was itself a part of this divine orchestration, a moment where his eyes were opened to the truth that had been so artfully concealed. The days leading up to the 13th of Adar were filled with a palpable sense of anticipation. The Jews, armed with the king's decree and a newfound resolve, prepared themselves. It was not a call to aggression, but a solemn readiness to defend their lives, their families, and their heritage. The news of the reversed decree spread like wildfire, reaching every corner of the empire, bringing solace and strength to communities that had been gripped by despair. On the appointed day, as the sun rose, a hush fell over the land. The enemies of the Jews, emboldened by Haman's earlier decree, had indeed gathered, ready to carry out their murderous intentions. But when they encountered the determined resistance of the Jews, armed and empowered by the king's new edict, their plans crumbled. The battles that ensued were not acts of conquest, but desperate struggles for survival. The Jews, fighting with the ferocity of those who have nothing left to lose, defended themselves with courage and skill. The king, thousands of miles away in his palace, awaited news with a mixture of anxiety and confidence. He had placed his trust in Esther, and he had faith in the justice of his decision. When the reports began to arrive, they spoke of Jewish victories, of enemies repelled, of communities saved from the brink of annihilation. The 13th day of Adar, once a symbol of impending doom, was transformed into a day of deliverance, a date etched into Jewish history as a testament to their resilience and God's unfailing providence. The king, upon hearing the reports, declared that the victory of the Jews was to be celebrated annually. The Feast of Purim, a joyous commemoration of their salvation, was established. The name, Purim, itself, derived from the Persian word for lots, was a poignant reminder of the arbitrary cruelty that had threatened them, and a celebration of how those lots had been overturned by divine intervention and human courage. Haman's downfall was swift and complete. His ambition had been his undoing, his hatred a self-destructive force. The very gallows he had intended for Mordecai became his tomb, a stark symbol of the twisted justice that had befallen him. His 10 sons, who had likely been complicit in his schemes, were also brought to justice and executed, ensuring that his wicked lineage would not continue to plague the empire. The king, in a final act of retribution and restitution, ordered that Haman's vast estate, the spoils of his ill-gotten gains, be given to Mordecai and Esther, further solidifying their position and wealth, and reinforcing the king's gratitude. Mordecai, now elevated to a position of immense power and influence, second only to the king himself, became a pillar of the Jewish community within the Persian Empire. He governed with wisdom and justice, his past suffering fueling his commitment to protecting his people. Esther, the queen who had ascended from obscurity to save her nation, continued to reign by Ahasuerus' side, her influence a constant source of support and protection for the Jewish people. She had proven that courage, coupled with unwavering faith, could indeed reshape destinies and avert the most catastrophic of outcomes. The story of Esther was not merely a historical account, it became a timeless narrative of hope, of the power of one individual to make a profound difference, and of the unseen hand of providence guiding the affairs of humankind. It spoke of the inherent injustice of hatred and prejudice, and the ultimate triumph of righteousness and deliverance. The deliverance of the Jewish people from Haman's genocidal plot was a profound testament to the enduring power of faith, the courage of conviction, and the miraculous ways in which divine will can manifest through human actions, even in the darkest of times. The crown, once a symbol of Ahasuerus' vast empire, now also represented a beacon of justice and deliverance, a testament to the queen who had dared to stand for her people. Chapter 5. The Judge and the Prophetess, Deborah's Calling. The shadow of oppression had fallen long and heavy upon the land, a palpable darkness that leached the joy from the lives of the Israelites and choked the very breath from their lungs. For 20 years, the yoke of Jabin, king of Canaan, had pressed down upon them, a relentless weight that crushed their spirits and stripped them of their dignity. Jabin ruled from Hazor, his pronouncements carried like iron decrees across the fertile plains and rolling hills of their promised inheritance. But it was not Jabin himself who was the most feared, nor the most brutal. It was his general, Sisera, the architect of their misery, the iron fist in a velvet glove that crushed all dissent. Sisera commanded an army that was the stuff of nightmares, a force unlike any the Israelites had faced before. His chariots, forged from iron, were instruments of terror, their polished surfaces glinting like predatory eyes in the sun, their wheels capable of tearing through flesh and bone with a sickening ease. These were not mere chariots of war, they were war machines, each one a mobile fortress of destruction, designed to sow panic and obliterate resistance. The rumble of their advance was a harbinger of doom, a sound that sent men scrambling for cover and women clutching their children in desperate prayer. Sisera, a man whose name was whispered with a mixture of terror and awe, was a master strategist, a ruthless commander whose victories were etched in the blood of his enemies. He knew how to exploit weakness, how to maximize the terror of his iron chariots, and how to break the will of any who dared to stand against him. The oppression was not merely military, it permeated every aspect of Israelite life. The land, once bountiful and generous, now yielded its produce grudgingly, for the Canaanites, under Jabin and Sisera, levied crippling taxes and seized the choicest harvests. The fields lay fallow in many places, the farmers too afraid to sow, knowing that any bounty would likely be confiscated. Trade routes, once bustling with the exchange of goods and ideas, were now perilous passages, plagued by raiders loyal to Sisera, who extorted exorbitant tolls or simply plundered anything of value. The vibrant marketplaces, which had once echoed with laughter and the calls of vendors, were now hushed and fearful, filled with suspicion and the gnawing anxiety of scarcity. The Israelites, once a proud and independent people, were reduced to a state of abject subservience. They were no longer masters in their own land but tenants on sufferance, their lives dictated by the whims of their conquerors. The roads were not safe for them to travel, the wells not always available for their thirst, the very air they breathed seemed thick with the fear of discovery and reprisal. They were forbidden to gather in large numbers, lest they plot rebellion. Their homes were subject to search, their families to interrogation. Any hint of defiance was met with swift and brutal punishment, often at the hands of Sisera's soldiers, whose cruelty was legendary. They would descend upon villages without warning, their iron chariots crushing anything in their path, their swords flashing, their demands insatiable. The spiritual toll of this prolonged oppression was perhaps the most devastating. The Israelites had a covenant with Yahweh, a promise of blessing and protection in exchange for obedience. But they had, time and again, turned away from him, chasing after the gods of the surrounding nations, engaging in the licentious and idolatrous practices that had been so prevalent in the land before their arrival. They had sown the wind, and now they were reaping the whirlwind. Their repeated apostasy had weakened their connection to the divine, leaving them vulnerable. Now, in their hour of deepest need, they found themselves spiritually impoverished, their prayers often unanswered, their faith wavering like a guttering candle in a gale. The sanctuaries, the places where they had once gathered to worship Yahweh, were neglected or defiled. The priests and Levites, who were meant to be their spiritual guides, were themselves often scattered and impoverished, unable to perform their duties effectively. The people, desperate for solace and guidance, found little. They looked to their leaders, the elders and chieftains, but these men, burdened by the weight of their people's suffering, often felt as helpless as the common farmer. They had no armies to match Sisera's might, no political power to negotiate with Jabin, and, it seemed, no divine favor to call upon. The cycle of sin and punishment had become a grim reality. Each generation seemed to repeat the mistakes of the last, straying from Yahweh's path, only to find themselves once again under the heel of a foreign oppressor. But this time, the oppression felt different. It was more pervasive, more soul-crushing, the might of Sisera and his iron chariots a terrifying testament to their spiritual weakness. The memory of their ancestors' triumphs, of the victories won through faith and obedience, seemed like distant, faded dreams, almost unbelievable in the face of their present degradation. Despair had become a constant companion. Mothers wept for their lost children, fathers grieved for the future they could not provide, and the young men, robbed of their inheritance and their hope, wrestled with a sense of futility. The once proud Israelite spirit was being systematically eroded, replaced by a weary resignation. They walked through their days with downcast eyes, their hearts heavy with unspoken sorrow. The laughter of children was a rare sound, often quickly stifled, as if even joy was an act of defiance that could attract unwanted attention. The land itself seemed to mourn with them. The rivers flowed with a subdued murmur, the winds whispered tales of woe through the barren trees, and the very earth seemed to sigh under the weight of their suffering. The once vibrant green of the hills was often muted by dust, the clear blue skies frequently obscured by the smoke of distant villages that had suffered the wrath of Sisera's forces. The Israelites were a people adrift, their compass broken, their sails torn, their ship battered by a relentless storm. Yet, amidst this profound despair, a flicker of something else began to stir. It was a faint, almost imperceptible yearning, a primal instinct for deliverance that refused to be extinguished. It was the memory of who they were meant to be, a nation chosen by God, a people destined for freedom. This yearning whispered in the quiet moments, in the stolen hours of prayer, in the shared grief between neighbors. It was a seed of hope planted in the parched soil of their hearts, waiting for the right conditions to sprout. They prayed for a leader, a deliverer, someone who could rally them, inspire them, and, most importantly, led them back to Yahweh. They prayed for a sign, a message, anything to break the suffocating cycle of sin and oppression that had become their inheritance. They prayed for a new beginning, a chance to reclaim their destiny and their relationship with the God who had brought their fathers out of Egypt with a mighty hand. The land under oppression cried out, not just for freedom from their physical chains, but for a spiritual awakening, a renewal of their covenant, and the return of divine favor. The stage was set, not for a mighty warrior king, but for a different kind of leader, one whose strength would lie not in the might of armies, but in the power of conviction and the unshakable faith in the God of Israel. The stage was set for a woman, a judge, and a prophetess, whose calling would echo through the ages, a testament to the fact that even in the deepest darkness, light can emerge from the most unexpected sources. The oppressive weight that had settled upon the land, a suffocating blanket woven from fear and despair, had not entirely extinguished the spirit of the Israelites. While their physical chains were forged by Jabin's iron chariots and Sisera's brutal legions, their deeper anguish stemmed from a fractured relationship with the divine. They had strayed, chasing after ephemeral idols and forgetting the covenant that had once been their strength and their shield. In their vulnerability, they cried out, a desperate chorus rising from scattered villages and hidden encampments. But to whom could they turn? Their kings were beholden to their oppressors, their warriors scattered, their priests often silent or powerless. Yet, even in this profound spiritual famine, the land, in its silent suffering, bore witness to a deeper truth. For Yahweh, in his infinite mercy, never truly abandons his people, even when they falter. He works in ways unseen, preparing the instruments of their deliverance, often from the most unexpected corners of his creation. It was in this climate of quiet desperation, beneath the relentless sun and the shadow of foreign dominion, that a remarkable woman emerged, a beacon of spiritual clarity and unwavering resolve. Her name was Deborah, and she was a prophetess, a judge, and a mother to Israel. Her dwelling, unassuming yet central to the lives of many, was beneath the shade of a flourishing palm tree. This was no mere arboreal accident, it was a deliberate space, a sanctuary carved out of the everyday, where justice flowed and wisdom was dispensed. Here, the people, weary from their toil and burdened by their anxieties, would come seeking solace, guidance, and a redress of their grievances. The palm tree, a symbol of life and sustenance in the parched landscape, became an apt emblem for Deborah herself. Its roots were deeply embedded in the soil of her people's experience, its branches reaching towards the heavens, a constant reminder of her connection to the divine. Deborah was not a warrior clad in gleaming armor, nor a king wielding the scepter of earthly power. Her strength was of a different order, a spiritual fortitude that radiated from her very being. Her pronouncements were not delivered from a throne, but from a place of humble authority, under the dappled light filtering through the palm fronds. She sat in judgment, her keen mind dissecting the complex disputes that arose even in times of widespread suffering. Neighbor against neighbor, disputes over water rights, the allocation of scarce resources, the rights of widows and orphans, these were the matters that occupied her days. And with each case, she brought not only a sharp intellect but a profound understanding of the law and a deep empathy for the human condition. Her judgments were fair, her counsel wise, and her presence a source of comfort in a land where comfort was a precious commodity. More than just a dispenser of justice, Deborah was a conduit for the divine will. She was a prophetess, a woman who could hear the whisper of Yahweh amidst the clamor of human affairs. This gift was not a casual acquaintance but a profound relationship, honed through years of prayer, meditation, and a life lived in devoted obedience. When the people came to her with their troubles, they were not only seeking a judge but a messenger, one who could discern the will of God in their current predicament. She would listen intently, her gaze steady, her spirit attuned to the subtle movements of the divine. Then, with words that carried the weight of heaven, she would speak, her voice clear and resonant, revealing the path forward, the divine perspective on their plight. Her role as a mother in Israel was more than a mere title, it was an embodiment of her spirit. Like a mother, she felt the pain of her people as if it were her own. The 20 years of oppressive rule by Jabin, the terror instilled by Sisera, the economic hardship, the spiritual erosion, all of it weighed heavily on her heart. She mourned the lost potential, the stifled joy, the fear that gripped the land. Her compassion was not a passive sentiment but an active force, driving her to seek solutions, to intercede, to inspire hope. She saw the Israelites not as a collective burdened by their sins, but as a family, albeit a wayward one, in need of guidance and nurturing. Her maternal instinct extended beyond the individual to the collective, a deep-seated love for the nation Yahweh had chosen. The very act of holding court under the palm tree was symbolic. It was a declaration that even in the face of overwhelming external threats, the internal life of the community, the administration of justice and the pursuit of righteousness, must continue. It was a quiet act of defiance against the forces that sought to crush their spirit. By establishing a space for order and divine wisdom, Deborah was asserting the enduring presence of Yahweh's sovereignty, even when his people were subjugated. The shade of the palm offered not just physical respite from the sun, but spiritual refuge from the desolation that permeated their lives. It was a place where the oppressed could find a sympathetic ear, where the confused could find clarity, and where the discouraged could be reminded of their heritage and their God. The people flocked to her, not out of obligation, but out of a deep and abiding respect. They recognized in her a rare combination of spiritual insight, unwavering integrity, and genuine care. Her home, wherever she resided when not under her public palm, was likely a place of quiet devotion and profound communion with God. She would have risen before dawn, her prayers a constant murmur, her spirit already engaged in wrestling with the spiritual realities of the land. Her days were a testament to the principle that leadership is not about wielding power but about serving with love and wisdom. She understood that true authority stemmed not from coercion but from character, from a life lived in alignment with the divine purpose. Her messages, when delivered under the palm, were often imbued with a blend of stern truth and tender encouragement. She would not shy away from addressing their failings, their past apostasies that had contributed to their present predicament. But her rebukes were always tempered with the promise of restoration, with the reminder of Yahweh's faithfulness, even when his people were unfaithful. She would speak of the covenant, of the promises made to Abraham and his descendants, and of the power of repentance. Her words were designed to awaken their slumbering faith, to rekindle the embers of hope that still glowed within their hearts. She knew that their liberation would not come solely through military might, but through a spiritual awakening, a renewed commitment to Yahweh. The image of Deborah under her palm tree is a powerful one, particularly in contrast to the brutal might of Sisera's iron chariots. Her strength was not in brute force but in the power of truth, in the clarity of divine revelation, and in the unwavering faith of a mother for her wayward children. She represented a different kind of power, a spiritual and moral authority that could ultimately triumph over military dominance. The people knew that when they came to her, they were not just seeking a legal resolution, but a divine insight, a way to navigate the treacherous currents of their oppression and to find their way back to a place of favor with God. She was the anchor in their storm, the guiding star in their darkness, the quiet, persistent voice of hope in a land that had almost forgotten how to dream. Her wisdom was not confined to legal matters. She was a counselor, a confidant, a spiritual mother who understood the nuances of their suffering. The anxieties of the farmers whose crops were plundered, the fears of mothers whose sons were conscripted, the despair of young men who saw no future in their own land, Deborah understood these burdens. She listened with a compassionate heart, offering words that soothed and strengthened. She reminded them of their identity as a chosen people, of the God who had brought their ancestors out of Egypt with a mighty hand, and who was still capable of delivering them. Her presence was a constant affirmation that they were not forgotten, that their cries had been heard, and that a divine plan for their deliverance was in motion, even if its contours were not yet fully visible. The symbolism of the palm tree extended further. It was a place of shade and rest, a respite from the harsh realities of their daily lives. For those who approached Deborah, it was a sanctuary where they could lay down their burdens, knowing they would be met with understanding and wisdom. It was a place where the ordinary could be transformed into the extraordinary, where the mundane act of seeking justice could become a conduit for divine intervention. Deborah, in her simple yet profound manner, was teaching them that God's presence was not confined to temples or elaborate rituals, but could be found in the quiet spaces of obedience and service, in the places where justice and compassion were actively pursued. Her influence was widespread, reaching far beyond the immediate vicinity of her palm tree. News of her wisdom and her prophetic gifts had spread throughout the tribes. People traveled from afar, enduring the dangers of the roads, to seek her counsel. She was a unifying force in a fractured nation, a spiritual center that held them together. Even in their disunity and their suffering, the people recognized the voice of God in her pronouncements. They trusted her implicitly, knowing that her words were not her own, but divinely inspired. This trust was the bedrock upon which their eventual deliverance would be built, a testament to the power of authentic spiritual leadership. Deborah's maternal heart ached for the children who were growing up in this oppressive environment, their lives shaped by fear and scarcity. She envisioned a generation raised in freedom, in the knowledge of Yahweh, and in the richness of their inheritance. Her counsel to parents often reflected this vision, encouraging them to teach their children about God's faithfulness, to nurture their faith even amidst hardship, and to pass on the stories of past deliverances. She understood that true liberation was not just about breaking physical chains, but about freeing hearts and minds, about restoring a deep and abiding relationship with their Creator. The people, in their desperation, had come to see their suffering as a permanent state, an inescapable consequence of their sins. Deborah, however, offered a different perspective. She presented their trials as a period of divine discipline, a wake-up call designed to bring them back to repentance and to a renewed covenant relationship. Her messages were often a call to action, not necessarily military action at first, but a call to internal transformation. She urged them to cast aside their idols, to purify their hearts, and to recommit themselves to Yahweh. It was a message of hope, a promise that their present suffering was not an end, but a prelude to a glorious restoration, if only they would turn back to God. The narrative of Deborah under her palm tree is not just a historical account, it is a theological statement. It illustrates that God's chosen leaders are not always the ones with the most obvious power or might. They are often those who are deeply connected to Him, who embody His character, and who are willing to serve His people with love and unwavering faith. Deborah, the prophetess and judge, the mother in Israel, stands as a testament to this truth, a woman whose quiet strength and profound spiritual insight would soon set in motion a chain of events that would bring deliverance to a nation on the brink of despair. Her presence was a living testament to the fact that even in the darkest hours, God's light shines, and His chosen instruments are always at work, preparing the way for His redemptive purposes. Her maternal concern for her people was intertwined with her prophetic calling, a dual mandate to nurture their hearts and to reveal God's will for their salvation. The air in the Canaanite-occupied territories grew thick with despair. The rumble of Sisera's iron chariots was no longer a distant threat but a constant, chilling reminder of their subjugation. Each harvest that was seized, each child conscripted for forced labor, each act of casual brutality by the soldiers chipped away at the Israelites' spirit. Yet, even in the deepest valleys of their suffering, a spark of defiance, however faint, refused to be extinguished. It was a defiance born not of earthly might, but of an enduring covenant, a whispered promise from the heavens that had sustained their ancestors through generations of hardship. And it was in this crucible of oppression, under the watchful eye of the divine, that Deborah, the prophetess and judge, the mother in Israel, was about to receive her most profound commission. The weight of her people's plight pressed upon Deborah's soul like the very stones of their broken altars. She saw the fear in the eyes of the women who came to her, the stooped shoulders of the men returning from forced labor, the haunted silence of the children who knew no laughter. The 20 years of Sisera's tyranny had been a slow, agonizing erosion of their identity, a systematic attempt to break their will and sever their connection to Yahweh. But Deborah, who had consistently sat under the shade of her palm tree, dispensing justice and offering solace, had also been listening. She had been listening not just to the pleas of her people, but to the silent, powerful voice of God that resonated through the very fabric of creation. It was during a time of profound communion, a period of deep introspection and prayer that stretched across the hushed hours before dawn, that the divine imperative began to coalesce within her spirit. The usual gentle whispers of guidance that characterized her prophetic gift now intensified, taking on a clarity and urgency that was undeniable. It was as if the heavens themselves had opened, not with thunderous pronouncements, but with a direct, unwavering message, imbued with the authority of the Creator. The oppression was no longer a matter of mere human injustice, it had become an affront to the divine order, a deliberate act of rebellion against the sovereignty of Yahweh. The message was stark, yet suffused with a power that transcended the immediate circumstances. It was a call to action, a divine command for the Israelites to rise up, to shake off the shackles of their bondage, and to confront their oppressors. The divine voice, resonating within Deborah's innermost being, did not offer a path of passive endurance. Instead, it laid out a divine strategy, a blueprint for liberation that would require faith, courage, and an unshakable trust in God's power to bring about victory. The details of this divine strategy began to unfold, not as a military campaign planned by human strategists, but as a series of divinely inspired movements and decisions. Deborah felt the immensity of the responsibility settle upon her. She, a woman, a prophetess whose strength lay in wisdom and spiritual insight, was being called to rally a nation, to ignite a spirit of defiance in a people cowed by years of brutal subjugation. The inherent risks were immense. To even contemplate resistance was to invite the full wrath of Sisera's formidable army, an army equipped with terrifying iron chariots, a symbol of technological superiority and overwhelming military might. The memory of past failed uprisings, the brutal reprisals that followed, were etched deeply into the collective consciousness of the Israelites. To stand against such a force was, by all human reckoning, an act of sheer desperation, bordering on madness. Yet, as the divine message continued to unfold within her, Deborah experienced a profound sense of empowerment, a spiritual fortitude that dwarfed any fear. The clarity of God's instructions was absolute. He was not asking for a rebellion based on human ingenuity or brute force alone, but a campaign waged under his direct command and sustained by his divine power. He was not just revealing a plan, he was promising his presence and his active participation in their struggle. This assurance was the bedrock upon which Deborah's courage was built. She understood that she was not merely a messenger, she was an instrument in God's hand, tasked with conveying his will and inspiring his people to embrace his plan for their deliverance. The divine imperative was not a vague suggestion, but a series of precise directives. Deborah saw, with an inner vision granted by God, the strategic points of engagement, the necessary preparations, and the ultimate outcome. The voice that spoke within her was the very voice that had parted the Red Sea, that had brought down the walls of Jericho, that had sustained their ancestors in the wilderness. It was a voice that carried the weight of all creation, and in its presence, human limitations seemed to dissolve. The message was clear: the time for groaning and suffering in silence was over. The time for action, divinely ordained action, had arrived. She understood that her role was to translate this divine revelation into human action. This was a delicate and dangerous task. She would have to convey not only the what but the why and the how. She would need to instill a faith so profound that it would enable the Israelites to overcome their ingrained fear and their deep-seated sense of helplessness. She would have to remind them of their identity as the chosen people of Yahweh, a people for whom God had always intervened, a people whose destiny was not to be defined by their oppressors. The divine instructions began to paint a picture of a confrontation that would challenge every preconceived notion of warfare. It was a strategy that relied not on overwhelming numbers or superior weaponry, but on obedience, faith, and the direct intervention of God's power. Deborah received the specific instructions regarding the leaders who would be involved, the places where they would gather, and the signals that would be given. It was as if a celestial map had been unfurled before her spiritual eyes, revealing the precise movements that would lead to their liberation. This divine insight was not a passive reception of information. It was an active engagement with the will of God. Deborah wrestled with the implications of the commands, seeking to understand every nuance, every subtle directive. Her prayers became more fervent, her communion with God more intense, as she sought to fully embody the message she was being called to deliver. She knew that any deviation, any misunderstanding, could have catastrophic consequences for her people. The stakes were incredibly high, not just for the physical liberation of Israel, but for their spiritual future. The divine message affirmed that their oppression was a consequence of their wavering faith and their straying from the covenant. However, it also made it unequivocally clear that Yahweh was not abandoning them. This was a period of divine intervention, a turning point orchestrated by God to bring about their restoration. The key to this restoration lay in their absolute and unwavering obedience to his command, channeled through Deborah. As the divine imperative became clearer, Deborah felt a surge of both awe and a quiet, resolute determination. The call was not for her to personally wield a sword or command an army in the traditional sense. Her mandate was far more profound, to be the voice of God, to articulate his plan with unassailable clarity and unwavering authority, and to inspire her people to embark on this divinely orchestrated path. She knew that her pronouncements would be scrutinized, her leadership questioned, especially by those who were accustomed to more traditional forms of authority. But the divine assurance that accompanied the message bolstered her spirit, assuring her that she was not acting alone, but as an emissary of the Almighty. The specific instructions regarding the mobilization of Israelite forces and the engagement with Sisera's army were detailed and precise. Deborah understood that this would not be a battle fought with conventional tactics. It would be a testament to God's power, a demonstration that he could deliver his people through the most unexpected means. The divine plan involved specific individuals, specific locations, and a divinely appointed moment of engagement. It was a tapestry woven with threads of faith, courage, and God's direct intervention. The weight of this divine calling was not lost on Deborah. She understood that to accept this commission meant placing herself directly in the line of fire, not just from Sisera's forces, but from the potential skepticism and fear of her own people. However, her unwavering trust in God's plan, and her deep love for Israel, compelled her to embrace this daunting responsibility. She knew that their current suffering was a symptom of a deeper spiritual ailment, and that their liberation would require a profound spiritual awakening, a return to their covenantal commitment.